way, and thankfully is already working with some assistance at the counter, which is of great relief to Doreen, Bob, and myself. We do have applications in for our application coordinator's position, so the town planner and the conservation director and I will meet tomorrow to make our selection of who we'd like to interview, and then interviews for that should be next week. Green sheets, just the number of the traffic at the counter in terms of green sheets has been down, although there's still been a fair amount of traffic that perhaps didn't require a green sheet. So I suspect the number will pick up as we move into the spring season. The procedure reviews, you all received my memo regarding Leeward Lane, and the topic that raises really boils down to what we as an agency, what level of stock is appropriate to be placing on not only the DPW reports, but also requirements from the health department, and recognizing that their objectives and requirements, while frequently overlapping a good portion of what we do, don't entirely. We are not subservient to those entities. We are certainly complementary. And it's just a reminder to look at them in the context of what they provide as guidance for what their regulations demand, and where we as a wetlands agency need to tweak that or go beyond or discuss further, that they're just not requirements of the agency to accept it at face value and move on. So just something to keep in mind, and the Leeward Lane will certainly be an opportunity to begin that discussion and sort of a recheck of our thinking. Public outreach next week, I am due to speak with the Chamber of Commerce, which I look forward to. I've almost being here a year, there's still so many entities to meet and spend time with, so I do welcome that growth in that area. And we are expecting a high school intern for that 5-week May season. The person has not been, to my knowledge, has not been assigned to us, but any day now, I guess we should be hearing from them. So that is always a welcome opportunity, and I personally always love the opportunity that maybe we're going to encourage somebody to head into the field of science, which is, I think, a particularly rewarding direction to go. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up is the compliance report. Doreen?
Okay. The green sheet summaries and the incoming applications for the month have been added to the compliance summary. We received 62 green sheets, which is down from last month. One of the green sheets required a permit. No permits were required, but wetlands were present on 15 of those green sheets. Applications submitted for the day after the March application deadline up through the April application deadline totaled 21. 17 of those were new applications, 14 were agent approvals. We reviewed a total of 11 permit files for bond release. 9 of them were requested by applicants or permittees. 2 of them were initiated by staff. We were only able to release 3 bonds. Primarily, paper conditions were outstanding, but in at least 1 or 2 cases, the site needed stabilization or debris needed to be removed, so we will follow up with that. We fell short of our goal of 100 site visits for the month. We can attribute that to a shortage of staff that you're well aware of, vacation time for staff, training of new staff members, and the increase of public inquiries. For our deadlines passed, we had quite a lot. For the majority of these have been completed. We have been in contact with some of the homeowners that are working on completing some of these activities, so they're underway. We feel comfortable that that's going to be done promptly. There was one, 0 Flagler Drive, that had to remove debris, which is incomplete. We have been in contact with them, and we'll follow up with that in the coming days and weeks. There were 4 stop work orders and violations. These are 14 Birdsong Place, 21 Walker Court, 44 Parsonage Road, and 1 Rainwood Manor, which will be discussed on the violation section of the agenda. There are multiple deadlines coming up in May, along with several of the planting holes that will be complete, and you'll be seeing those on the following month. That completes the compliance summary.
Thank you, Doreen. Okay, it is 7:12. We will commence with the public session unless there's any other business to discuss. No? Okay. Moving on to the public session, we have 2 Town of Greenwich projects. First up is application 2016-039, 14 Ballwood Road, Town of Greenwich, Department of Public Works for pump station replacement and drainage improvements in and adjacent to wetlands. Mr. Clausen.
Okay, we have a technical difficulty tonight, so we're not able to project the plans on the screen. I apologize for that. But the agency members have the plan in their packet. This pump station on Ballwood Road is almost 90 years old, and the DPW Sewer Division wants to bring it up to current standards, both mechanically and as far as its flood proofing. So the project entails construction of a new building with associated mechanical equipment and some other site improvements that will allow for better servicing of the station, including a paved access drive and some other features. There will be an increase in impervious coverage of about 635 square feet, and the plan includes a bioretention basin as a mitigation feature. I'll talk briefly about that in a minute. The other aspect of the project is reestablishment of a continuous open channel. This is about a 110-foot long section, most of which is currently there, but right at the eastern end of the channel, there's a berm that was constructed sometime since about 1960. There may be a pipe associated with the berm, but if there is, that pipe's been blocked for quite some time. This berm is causing a sort of blockage of water and flooding of the pump station property and abutting properties. So DPW would like to reopen that channel and maintain it in the future years by cutting the Phragmites that's growing in this section of wetland right here. Let's see. I think that's about it for the summary of what they want to do. Mr. Feminella, who's the director of the sewer division, is here. He can answer your questions. I did have just the comments I had about the bioretention basin. I thought that the part of the basin that extends beyond the fenced enclosure of the pump station is, if they can get away without doing that by increasing the depth of gravel in the pump station facility itself as a type of a stormwater retention feature, I'd rather see all of the things that need to be maintained except for the channel within the pump station enclosure, so it's more likely to be maintained going forward. Let's see. There were some miscellaneous debris and cordwood piles on the berm that I think belong to the neighbor over on Lighthouse Lane. DPW Sewer Division has expressed their willingness to work with the neighbor to get this material removed. And I did note that the trees around the enclosure, there are 14 trees that the sewer division would like to remove while they replace the enclosure fence, and to reduce the chance that any of these trees are going to fall on their new pump station. They have provided a planting plan to plant some new trees outside the enclosure fence on an upland buffer area just to the south of the enclosure. So I think the plan has come quite a ways since it was submitted, and I recommend the agency issue a permit with the conditions provided.
Okay. Thank you, Bob.
And one other thing, I understand some of the agency members visited this site last week. If you could identify yourselves. Okay.
Norma Curlin.
Joe Rogers.
Elliot Benton.
Jay Schoendorf.
Stephen Fong.
I have a question for Bob. When we visited the site, there was like a 6 to 8 inch corrugated plastic pipe that started maybe about, I don't know, 30, 40 feet from the road, and then snaked its way over through the Phragmites to some destination unknown. What's that all about?
I'm guessing it was something somebody put there thinking it was going to relieve the ponding and flooding that this berm has caused on the property. The problem is that the inlet of that pipe and the outlet of the pipe are within the bowl that's created by the berm, so it's not really doing anything. But maybe Mr. Feminella knows more about it.
Okay.
I think the primary community here is to discuss the wastewater pumping station aspect. My understanding from the engineering division, we had, just to backtrack, we had thought it made sense to combine the effort of pump station rehabilitation with the reinstatement of that existing swale, since it is one town parcel, and we only utilize in the sewer division a small parcel of that piece of that parcel for the pump station upgrade. My understanding is that goes back to the 1950s, I believe, and that somehow connects to, or I should say discharges through a 24-inch reinforced concrete pipe that goes underneath the adjacent property owner's house. So that was obviously installed many decades ago. It eventually winds up going out to the surface waters. I don't know the exact route of that pipe.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions for the applicant regarding this application? No? Are there any public comment or questions on this application? Please. If you'd state your name for the record, please.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, my name is Barry Hammonds.
Mr. Hammonds, is the mic on, sir? There's a little switch on the top. Yep.
Got it. My name is Barry Hammonds. I'm a professional engineer and land surveyor, licensed in Connecticut and New York. I was asked by some of the neighbors to address their concerns or speak their concerns. As you saw me walk in front of it, I stared at the project. It's the very first time I looked at it. I did read the staff report Ms. Sesto provided for us. We have just a few concerns. We feel the issue of the wetlands has been addressed in terms of the mitigation. We have been apprised that, yes, the 14 trees are being removed, and there is going to be 5 new trees being planted, which is good. Mr. Clossy indicated that that the smaller trees and underbrush will remain, which will also provide visual cover. That's good. We speak to, in particular, the watercourse. As you know, this area of town is a low-lying area and is subject to flows and flooding frequently. And the bioretention basin that stands to mitigate the 635 square feet of the increased impervious coverage, we've never seen any engineering documents. There's been no routing equations. There's been no demonstration that the water is mitigated appropriately. Is there an adverse impact, meaning an increase of runoff to an adjoining site? We don't know, and that documentation has not been provided. We asked the commission to ask for that documentation, that there is a routing diagram, a routing analysis that demonstrates that the bioretention basin is sufficiently designed to mitigate fully for the 635 square feet. On Ms. Esto's report, down at the bottom of the first page, talks about sewer division staff state that the gravel bed around the pump station structures may allow for a smaller bioretention to be installed. We draw attention to the word may. We have no basis of that statement. It may indeed provide the data, provide the science, and we will be able to support that. In terms of enlarging the channel, knifing through that berm, or replacing a pipe, putting a pipe into the berm, we feel that and I've spoken to this subject before in terms of Ballwood, on the adjacent piece where a new home was going to be built. The issue at this particular area is that one half of each day you got tides preventing the outflow of the water, which means the water is going to stand up. So what you have is you have a half a day where the water can get out, and you want to get that water out. Does the berm, what the analysis should incorporate alternatives as directed, as you know, I'm not going to speak to your job, but what are the alternatives? Do they work? Is it properly mitigated? Not speaking to the wetlands, we have no problem with that. We're speaking to the watercourse efficiency and efficacy, and whether or not the mitigation is appropriate. It needs to be designed by an hydrologist. It needs to be publicized, and let the neighbors look at it with a professional viewpoint. The neighbors that I'm speaking for literally found out about this only 2 days ago. I've never seen these plans. Now, the staff of DPW were kind enough to speak with me directly today, and I went over the whole idea of reopening the historical drainage patterns, going back to the 40s and the 50s, shortly after the war. Apparently that 24-inch pipe was put in at that time. There's some culvert indicated in those old plans that they can't find. I always have a problem with historic drainage designs. Historically, I do work up and down Southwest Connecticut. Historically, just about every coastal town was very poorly designed, and that's why we have floods now. The pipes were too small, the grates were too small, the maintenance of these things were too small, and that's one problem we're having here in Ballwood. That berm was placed. Why? Because there was no design of anything. There's a 24-inch pipe that was placed. I asked directly DPW, is the existing 24-inch adequate? I don't know, was the answer. Meaning the homework wasn't done. Well, that's fine, and I appreciate the honesty, but do the homework. Let the neighbors know DPW has designed this thing, knifing through the berm without adverse impact upon them.
On what exactly?
On the neighbor's land. That by knifing through the berm, are you going to increase the outflow, speed up the time of concentration in such a way that it may scour downstream? I can't answer that. I have no evidence, no data to read. And I do believe that the responsibility of DPW addressing the watercourse of this particular sensitive area is enough that the neighbors have asked me to speak to you tonight. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Question for you. Have you given a list of concerns in writing back to either this agency or to the DPW based upon your review?
I will.
Okay. Thank you.
And if you wish, I would submit them to Ms. Sesto.
Yes, please. Okay.
Thank you.
Is there any other public comment or questions on this? Agency discussion?
May I just say one thing, and the concerns, I mean, I've been around for 15, 16 years now. I've seen applications on Ledge Road, the two adjoining properties to the pump station property for new houses. I've seen an application recently on 12 Ballwood, which is the adjacent property to the west of the pump station, for a new house. And the neighbors are very concerned about flooding. So Mr. Hammond's mentioned scouring. There's very little, if any, velocity involved with the water flows here. So I think the question, if there's a question, is does allowing the water coming to the south through this channel to hit the adjoining channel that runs through this property as well, and at a point that's immediately across from the 24-inch pipe that is the drain pipe under Lighthouse Lane that leads out to Long Island Sound, is it preferable to get the water down here and to that pipe quicker, or is it better to let it pond here, flood back over to the neighbor's property on Ledge Road, and then jump his backyard back into the same channel and get to that pipe? It's a water volume, quantity and flooding issue, not a velocity issue.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know, Mr. Feminella, please feel free to jump in here.
I mean, my professional background is in wastewater, so I can speak much more onto the pump station site. I believe that the prior speaker had spoken to the engineer from the engineering division who had designed the swale portion today. The property owner, I believe that he is representing is 11 Ledge, is that correct? Just to go on record, all of the adjacent property owners were notified of this application, I believe, back in March, and we have all the documentation to sufficiently prove that. The pump station, the big thing for us is to rehabilitate the existing pump station that's 90 years old. It is definitely past due doing that work. We want to get all those electrical components out of the flood zone. We want to replace the pumps and all that. The area around the building, which is not changing in size. The only changes to the site are going to be now an exterior wet well and valve vault, the small driveway to allow the vehicles to service that, and the backup generator that's going to be above the flood zone. The area around that entire area will be a gravel strip. We feel that, I agree, we don't have the computations at the moment to show, but we believe that could be made deep enough to capture any runoff from that 635 square foot addition. In addition, we decided to add the bioretention basin because we thought that would be a kind of a belt and suspenders there. We can provide documentation related to that.
Okay.
Those are more of the things I can speak to. As Bob mentioned, as far as the drainage swale, I believe as the water sits there, once it reaches a certain elevation, it does overtop that berm and go through that 24-inch pipe already as it is.
Thank you. I guess I'd like to get a sense of the age. I'm sorry, would you like to speak to?
I'm Frank Patisse with the engineering division,
Sure.
Senior civil engineer. And just to speak a little bit on the drainage, I mean, kind of to reiterate what Bob said, the intent was to just reestablish that connection here. This is open now, and it goes to here. And right now, once it reaches a certain elevation, it overtops it and goes into there and goes out. So as Bob said, we were just trying to keep that channel open to alleviate the ponding there.
I guess, let me give you sort of my thoughts on this. Obviously, the neighbors are concerned enough to have hired a professional to come and look at the plan and the application. My personal opinion is I don't feel that this is a critical thing to move on right this month, and that my feeling on this would be to delay and allow the town to provide the answers to the list of questions that the neighbors' representative are going to submit. And,
I can support that.
okay. So I make a move to delay. Okay, second? Norma seconds, all in favor? Okay, thank you. Okay. Moving right along, 2016-041 Dingletown Road, Town of Greenwich, Department of Public Works for rehabilitation of a bridge. Mr. Clausen.
All right, the DPW is being very active rehabilitating bridges around town, and this is next on the list, Dingletown Bridge across the East Brothers Brook. Most of the work will be done on the surface of the bridge, removing the two parapets, replacing them with crash-resistant structures. The current ones, I guess, are just masonry piles of rocks that are not going to withstand the impact or protect the people in the cars from falling into the brook. There is some work that'll be done on the road. The roadway, there will be some guide rails added to the four corners of the bridge, which will require new catch basins to be installed adjacent to the existing catch basins. So it's not going to be a big, deep excavation for full catch basins. It's going to be more like a basin that's connected to the real catch basin, as I understand it. And then there will be a little bit of work under the bridge to correct some sort of surface spalling and masonry failures down there, but nothing major. Some of that work may require diverting the brook. That work will be much easier to do if it's done during a low flow period, which is what one of the conditions in the recommended conditions of approval. And the only other point that I saw, or Director Sesto and I saw when we were out there, was there are two sides. The curbing is a little short, and it's allowing runoff from the road to bypass, jump behind the curb and cause erosion behind the curbing rather than being directed to the catch basins. So there is a condition in here requiring a final construction plan with the details, curbs to the southeast and northwest of the bridge shall be extended. So with that having been said, Mr. Batiste from the engineering division is here to give you any more details, but I'd recommend the agency issue a permit.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Welcome.
Good evening. So Bob pretty much explained the whole project. I've read through the staff report. We don't have any issues complying with anything in here. As usual, we'll meet with agency staff once we have a contractor on board to do the work, and then we don't have any issues extending the curbing as well. It shouldn't be a big issue.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any agency questions for the applicant on this? No? Are there public questions or comments on this application? Okay, would someone like to make a motion?
Motion to approve.
Okay, Stefan made the motion and Jim seconded. All in favor? Hearing's better out of my right here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, that takes care of Town of Greenwich projects. We've now entered the public hearing section of the agenda. We have one application tonight. It is 2016-030, 25 Mead Avenue. Taisu Kim Partners for the Town of Greenwich for reconstruction of the New Lebanon Elementary School, parking and drainage 45 feet from the wetlands. And also, just to full disclosure, I do also serve as a building committee member on this application. And as such, I will recuse myself from comments and voting on this application. So, Stephen, you're in my stead. Okay, Patricia?
Okay, list of documents for application 2016-030. One completed application form with supporting documentation submitted March 14th, 2016, signed by Stephen Walco, Chairman, New Lebanon School Building Committee, applicant. 2, project narrative dated March 11th, 2016, prepared by Malone and McBroom, unsigned. 3, stormwater management report dated March 14th, 2016, prepared by Malone and McBroom, signed and sealed by Darren Overton, P.E. 4, wetland functions and values and impact assessment dated March 11th, 2016, prepared by Malone and McBroom, unsigned. 5, set of maps titled Town of Greenwich, Connecticut, New Lebanon Elementary School, sheet C1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, C7-1, C8, 8-1, and 8-2, all dated March 18th, 2016, prepared by Malone and McBroom and Taisu Kim Partners, architects, signed and sealed by Darren Overton, P.E. 6, public hearing notice published April 15th and 22nd, 2016. 7, referral to the Department of Public Works Engineering Division dated March 23rd, 2016. 8, plans titled Greenwich New Lebanon School Previous Options received March 30th, 2016, preparer unknown. 9, staff report prepared by Patricia Sesto, Director, dated April 8th, 2016. 10, Department of Public Works Engineering Division Site Development Review, dated April 15th, 2016, signed by Scott Marucci, Senior Civil Engineer. 11, report from Malone and McBroom, dated April 27th, 2016, signed by Darren Overton, P.E. With regards to the staff report, let's see. This project, as many of you are aware, consists of tearing down the existing New Lebanon School and then rebuilding the project in the valley that sits behind the existing school. Oh, thank you. Excellent. The potential exists for wetland enhancement. There is an existing wetland in this portion of the site. It is not of high quality, and to an untrained eye, and even to a reasonably good trained eye, could potentially be overlooked. It is not all that distinguishable from the surrounding uplands. Regulated activities also stem from the stormwater management of the new parking areas off of Richard Street and the ball field, and runoff will be collected from these areas and discharged to the Byron River. The comments that I have with regards to the application, an alternative enhancement program is described in Section 5.0 of the Wetland Functions and Impact Assessment, but it's unclear whether this is an actual element of the application or just a discussion, so clarification on the status of that is warranted. There's an outdoor classroom trail and gathering area that's inconsistent on Figure 3 in the assessment versus sheet C3 of the site plan layout, so that needs to be rectified. There is an Exhibit E showing an alternative development scenario with the impact assessment, but there's no discussion with regards to that alternative as it relates to wetlands or as it relates to anything. There is insufficient discussion regarding the expected outcomes of the stormwater management system and consequences to the wetlands and watercourses which will receive this stormwater. The western watersheds of the property will discharge to the Byram River via the town's existing storm drainage network, and there is no renovation associated with that, so there's questions with regards to the pollutants commonly associated with parking areas and the level of pollutant retention associated with the bioswales and hydrodynamic separator. There is no pretreatment associated with the Richard Street collection. So certainly looking at the town to be an example, not the exception, I would urge the applicant to explain that, the reasoning behind the stormwater management. On the east side, what role does the on-site wetland play in protecting Tom's Brook? And what is the pollutant renovation expected from the stormwater management plan to the east? A reminder that the receiving water courses are already under stress, so each project, regardless of its size, should be held accountable for its own stormwater management, and if possible, do better than just holding line, but to see where we can improve. Certainly, we've gained additional knowledge since the school was built originally, and we should certainly apply that knowledge going forward. The banks associated with the stormwater basin, the planting plan I had questioned, subsequent information has indicated that that basin is been revised and removed, so I won't spend time on that. The trees associated with the parking islands have the potential to serve more than just an aesthetic role. They do have the potential to hold rainwater. They're actually, trees hold a lot on their leaf surfaces. Also to provide shading within the parking lot, which not only do people just attract to those spots when they're trying to park, but they also can ameliorate some of the thermal pollution that's well recognized as part of parking areas. The branching pattern of hornbeam and shadblow tends to be low, which is not consistent with having cars parked adjacent to it. So I would wonder what sort of pruning would need to be done over the years, and is that consistent with creating a healthy silhouette of a tree. The minor issue with the silt fence, which I believe was easily addressed. The construction sequence is very brief for this project. It is a rather large project with many moving parts, and the construction sequence should be revised to provide more detail. In the response letter received today, it was stated that this construction sequence would be more detailed and submitted to planning and zoning. I believe this agency is due to have that construction sequence submitted as part of this record. And then the alternatives, which were submitted, we need to have a narrative that discusses why they were submitted and how that relates specifically to wetland protection. That narrative was submitted as part of the letter report today that Mr. Overton, I believe, will be speaking to. So I think we're at a point where a delay of the application is recommended unless we have significant movement on these topics this evening.
Visitors?
Yes, please. Who visited the site?
Norma Curlin.
Joe Rogers.
Elliot Benton?
Stephen Scoofels.
Jim Carr.
Jay Schoendorf?
Stephen Fong.
Thank you.
Okay. Sir?
Good evening, members of the committee. My name is Nick Macri. I'm a member of the New Lebanon Building Committee, as ex officio member from the Planning and Zoning Commission. Last June, the Building Committee was organized to shepherd the project through the design and construction of the new school. At the moment, the Planning and Zoning Commission will be hearing the project again on May 3rd, and at that hearing, the Building Committee hopes to secure the preliminary approval of the site plan and continue on through the municipal approval process. With me here tonight are members of the design team who'll walk you through the proposed project. I'll introduce you now to Christine O'Hare from Taisu Kim and Partners. She's the architect for the project, and she'll give you an overview of that of what we have proposed.
Good evening. My name is Christine O'Hare. I'm a registered architect in the state of Connecticut. Because it seemed as if a lot of you visited the site, I'm just going to give a quick overview of the site and orient us a little bit. We did have a PowerPoint, but luckily we have a couple backup boards that we brought instead.
The existing site consists of 5 parcels that total approximately 9.3 acres. 2 of those parcels are in this yellow area you see here. That's about 7.5 acres in that area. Part of our application is planning and zoning. Currently, these are 2 parcels. They would become 1 parcel. Also, we have an add-on recommendation into planning and zoning to eliminate what exists right now as a right-of-way on Church Street, and Richard Street, and Lebanon Street. A partial abandonment of that right-of-way was submitted on April 14th to the selectmen. They approved to recommend to planning and zoning, so that's now planning and zoning stands. If that goes through planning and zoning, you see in the yellow what would become the new property line for the project site. So I think most of you know the area on this page north to the left. We have William Street, Mead Avenue, and then Interstate 95 is east of the site. The existing building sits up on a hill. If you visited the site, we talked about a valley behind in the wooded area. The existing building is built up on the top of that. And it's a 1-story building that is 37,000 gross square feet at this time. And it houses 270 students currently. The new proposed project would be a 2-story building that's built behind the existing building in the bottom of that valley. So really, by the time that it's built, the 2nd story would be about the same height as the height of the existing building. From the side here, you would see the 2 stories. From the 2 ends, the north and south, you would see 2 stories. That building would be about 61,000 gross square feet, and it would house 374 students. I think you mentioned that we did submit, I think, 5 alternate design options that we've gone through in the last year with the building committee and the Board of Education. And I did submit in the response today some of the reasons why those options were rejected. The main goal of the project, one of the main goals of the project was to alleviate some of the stress that's happening as far as site circulation and parking. A couple of the options showed building in the existing location of the school. The problem we have with that and some of the options was that we were unable to get the parking and the amount of circulation we need for car queuing and bus queuing on site. It became difficult. So the advantage of the new design. It allows more space to ease the congestion of the circulation and allows the additional parking spaces. Right now, there's I think only 24 parking spaces on site, which is not sufficient for the current staffing needs. The proposed building would have 85 parking spots due to the increase in population and increasing faculty. So I'm going to let Mylon McBroom get into more detail on the project. So I think I'll hand it over to you at this time, Darren.
Yeah, just put one on each.
Good evening. For the record, Darren Overton from Mylon and McBroom. I have a couple of presentation boards up. Both of them show existing conditions. One is the aerial on the right, and the other is the copy of reduced size of the plan that's in the plan set that was submitted. On both of these plans, north is to the left on them. And as you can see, the existing school building, the long axis of it is oriented north-south. So on the aerial, you can see the western or eastern part of the property is mostly wooded, and the majority of the development takes place as it exists on the western part of the site. The school itself sits on a ridge running north-south, and basically the western side of the site drains to the north, and you can see I've highlighted the existing drainage system on this plan to my right. And that connects out behind the library and then out to William Street. So everything on the western portion of the site, other than what's most furthest to the south, drains in a northerly direction towards the Byram River watershed. The wooded area on the east side, all the way up to where Richard Street would likely connect to Church, but that it's gated, and even though there's a paved connection there, it's closed off, so there isn't normal vehicular access through there. Basically, just south of the roadway there, that entire western wooded area drains down through a central valley behind the school. And you can see I've highlighted in green the delineated wetland that exists on the site. So that entire area drains down to the south, and I've highlighted in blue here, all the way on the right side of the page, there is a 48-inch cross culvert that goes under James Street. So that would drain down through the wetland and down through that cross culvert on its way down to Tom's Brook. There are public utilities available at the site. The existing school is served with gas, public water, and sanitary sewer. Those facilities all come in from either Church Street or from the north. There's a sewer manhole that extends off of Williams up to what would be an extension of Church and serves the existing school. There's also one other catch basin you can see highlighted in blue further to the east, over near the end of Richard Street. There's a low point in that area where there exists a few parking spaces for the school. That catch basin then drains to the north into that system in William Street, and basically both of these drainage systems come together at a point in William Street and drain to the Byram River. We did check the FEMA mapping for the site, and there's no regulated floodplains on the site. I'm going to switch now to the proposed plan. I've got a couple versions of that as well. So the first rendering here represents the plan as we submitted it for the application. And it shows, in particular, I want to point out a stormwater basin on the south side. Our first design and our thought process for designing the stormwater management here was we have a wetland on site. We're going to seek to avoid impacting the wetland based on the fact that there was very limited area to place the school, and the architect went through several different alternatives with the board and others to locate the school. We fit the stormwater management in a bioretention area in an area between the wetland and the school, trying to minimize the impact to the wetland. As we have researched more information about the wetland, done more site evaluation, and there's been much more input from others involved in this process of after we've submitted the permits, it's been decided that we are going to move towards an alternate. There was an alternate design that was considered in the wetlands evaluation report that was submitted. It showed an alternative design where we would actually enhance the wetland. There was some discussion when we were designing this about an outdoor classroom. And what we've decided to do is to go with that alternative. There are several people who have provided input, and it seems beneficial to go in that direction. There's many benefits to going in that direction as opposed to the original design. We are planning to enhance the wetland with many plantings and actually add to the hydrology of the wetland. If any of you have been out there and seen the wetland, as Ms. Sesto said, the untrained eye, it's hard to recognize, and even our trained wetland scientists realize that the wetland is really struggling. There's a lack of hydrology to it. So our stormwater management system will have pretreatment that will overflow, will enhance the wetland, will add hydrology to the wetland, and basically create a learning environment out there for students, provide a walkway out there to provide basically an outdoor living classroom, and utilize that for the stormwater management, recognizing that the wetland as it exists is starved for hydrology. So we'll help to add hydrology to that and actually create a more viable wetland there. So what we're proposing to do is move towards that alternative. This rendering shows, basically we have the alternative design overlaid onto was the prior rendering, and we've modified the design of the stormwater. The larger, deeper stormwater basin that we had designed initially south of the school, the depth has been lessened. It's basically going to be still a bioretention area, but a pretreatment type of feature. And then the actual retention volume for the stormwater management for peak flows would actually take place in the body of the wetland with a small berm to the south. So this is the overlay of the alternate design on the overall design plan. Just to go over some of the design elements that you see on the rendering. As the architect had mentioned, the existing school facility, the drop-off doesn't function very well. There's new programs going into the new building, and essentially what we've done is we've enlarged the parking and sought to improve the vehicle circulation and drop-off through the site. So the northern loop that you see right in front of the school with the walkways entering into the new building, that will be the bus drop-off loop. And then that entrance drive also serves, and the parking, you'll see a loop around the parking spaces that are there. That will serve as the parent drop-off area, provides for a very long queue length for the parents to circulate around and drop children off safely on the sidewalk, and then they can be routed into the school. That was the primary approach for improving the access and parking on the site. We've also considered better ADA accessibility, and we have full ADA access through all the parking and drop-off areas to the new school building. For the stormwater management design, the parking area, again, on the western side of the site, we've sought to maintain the existing watersheds to the extent possible, and as I had mentioned, under existing conditions, that all drains out to the north and out to the Byram River watershed. We've sought to put some LID design elements by utilizing the islands in the parking, trying to direct some of the pavement, grade it such that it drains into those islands. Those islands are relatively narrow, so we couldn't create broad bioretention areas, but they'll essentially serve as bioswales where the pavement can run off into a vegetated area and then flow towards basically a small overflow structure and then connect into the drainage system. We had limited area to work with for stormwater management in this area, so in order to improve water quality, we proposed a hydrodynamic separator prior to discharge into the existing system. The stormwater drainage essentially connects in the same location as it does under existing conditions. The existing conditions in that area, essentially there's virtually no water quality management that exists out there now other than the catch basin sumps. So we've sought to enhance that as part of this design, and we've been working with the engineering department to kind of tailor that design. Then for the eastern part of the site, essentially all of the improvement in that area is associated with the school building itself, the loading area coming off Richard Street, and then you see an access road extending off of Richard Street along that eastern side of the building down to the southern corner. We've discussed with emergency services, and they expressed a desire to have an access road along that eastern side to get down to the southern side of the building. So that's why you see that access road coming in there. All of that area, the entire roof of the building, the loading area, and that emergency access drive, all collects into a small stormwater collection system, which drains into the bioretention area, which would then overflow to the south into the wetland and eventually getting to that cross culvert under James Street. So we've also worked with the engineering staff as far as tailoring the design of that to meet the stormwater manual. On the north side, where that one existing catch basin was, we're proposing to eliminate that. The proposal for the development is such that the walkway, we're trying to also make a meaningful connection from the proposed new school building to the playfield, which is going to be enhanced on the north side. So that blocked off section of road, the paving is going to be eliminated. We're going to put some grass pavers in there because there's a desire for emergency services to still have access through there when necessary. But we wanted to create a meaningful connection where the children can move from the school to the play area, which is difficult to do under the arrangement in the existing school. So we're going to eliminate the catch basin that's there, and the low point gets shifted. There's a new catch basin that goes in and a new connection point for the drainage of that low area. As Ms. Sesto had pointed out in her review of the plans, we had neglected to put any sort of water quality chamber or anything on that single basin. In our response to the comments, we did mention that we could put in a hooded catch basin with a deeper sump, or even possibly we'll talk to engineering about considering a hydrodynamic separator, maybe further down in that drainage system that could also collect runoff from the field as well. We've provided a sediment erosion control plan for the site with perimeter controls and utilizing the bioretention area as a sediment trap during construction until such time that the site is sufficiently stabilized that can be converted and all the plantings installed. The utilities serving the building, the water main is proposed to come in off of an extension off of Richard Street, and the sanitary sewer and the gas services essentially very similar to how the existing school building is served. Those are going to come in off of the north side. Those facilities are essentially right there in the adjacent street and will just be extended and rerouted to the new building. So we did get a copy of the staff review. Unfortunately, we didn't get it until yesterday, but we did work yesterday and today to think through the staff review comments, and we did provide a written response to those comments. If the commission would like me to go through those point by point, I can, but I don't want to take up a lot of time doing that if all of those items may not need to be gone through in detail. If there's any specific ones that the commission would like me to address, or if you'd like me to go through the whole thing, I'd be happy to do that.
The one question I have at this point is, what exactly are you asking for approval for at this point? Because I'm confused as to whether it's the original plan or the alternative.
So what we are asking now is to shift to the alternative. We would like the alternative design to be approved as part of the project with the wetland enhancement and basically the creation of the outdoor classroom. Matt Sanford from our office is here. He's a soil scientist and professional wetland scientist. He can provide more detail. He prepared the wetland assessment report, and he can provide more detail as to both the functions and values under existing conditions as well as what the enhancement of the wetland will provide in the outdoor classroom. So if there aren't any questions for me, I'd like to have Matt come up and present some of that information to you.
Okay.
Good evening. For the record, it's Matthew Sanford, professional wetland scientist, registered soil scientist with Malone and McBroom. So, we've heard from Ms. Sesto and we've also heard from Darren, and I assume from the site walk, many of you walked out to this site and said, where are the wetlands? Because that's what I said back in March of this year as well, and again today when I walked out there to do some additional analysis, where are the wetlands? The wetlands were flagged back in 2014 by Eric Davidson from Environmental Planning Services. He at that time identified this area to the south, this isolated pocket of soils as aquent soils, meaning those are soils that are man-made or disturbed. What you find out there when you dig into these soils, you'll find a conglomerate of different soil textures. You'll have sandy soils in some places. You'll have clay soils in some places. You will find redox and morphic features in the soils in this particular spot. So that means we find depletions, and we also find concentrations at very high levels, or I should say in the upper soil. So in the upper 6 inches, in the upper 12 inches, we're finding that through this area. And so when I went out there in March, I couldn't find any hydrology to support those soils. The hydrology wasn't there. We dug many Dutch auger holes through this wetland, and we couldn't find an active water table within 20 inches. That was back in March, early March. And February was fairly wet. March was a little drier, but again, this was just after February. We had some rains, and I couldn't find an active water table within 20 inches. So I said, okay, it's been dry. The plants that were out there really didn't indicate wetland indicator type species. So I said, okay, well, it's flagged as a wetland. The soils are showing that it's wetland. But let's see what happens when I go back out there as the growing season actually begins. So this afternoon I went back out there to take a look and just to confirm my original thoughts on this particular area. And again, I dug down. We don't have an active water table within 30 inches. I gave up after 30 inches. There was no active water table in this particular site. I looked at all the vegetation coming up. 70% of the vegetation in this pocket is FAC up. It's facultative upland plants. Those include Japanese wineberry, Japanese knotweed, garlic mustard, Norway maple, black cherry. There was also a couple FAC wet plants, but at very low numbers, jewelweed, which we know is very common in very rich mesic soils as well, and it's also common in wetlands. We had an invasive lesser Solendin, which is a facultative wet plant, but again, very low numbers. So I have 3 hypotheses as to why we're seeing what we're seeing out there in terms of the soils. The first one is this area may have been a former pond historically. There could have been a pond here at one time. We went back to the 1934 aerials, and we went from 1934 to 1950 and 1960 aerials. We can't find that in any of the aerials, but the soils that I'm seeing out there are indicative of soils that you find in former pond areas. So that's one hypothesis. Second one was, well, was this area actually filled with spoils, dredge spoils? Because again, when you look at the soils out there and you look at how they're all mixed up, they're indicative of dredge spoils from a pond. And they may have been brought onto the site back in the day to actually raise the grade. There may have been an access drive to an estate at one time in this site, because when you stand out on Mead Avenue and you look in, there's nice entry gates, entry pillars there. So it's showing kind of that this was potentially a driveway, and maybe they brought fill in that particular spot because we're down in a ravine. And so you look at that as one hypothesis. And then the third one is there some type of underdrain that was placed in this particular area that's really good? I mean, it's really draining this area because, again, I can't find an active water table within 30 inches. And if you did the site walk and you walked down to the lower end of the most southern part of the wetland, you'll also find a drainage structure down in the lowest part of the wetland. It's about a 6-inch diameter clay pipe that goes down about 18 to 20 inches. We don't know where it actually goes. But could that have been a drain to drain this area? Potentially could have been a drain from a former pond. So those are all the hypotheses that we have out there, but they all lead me to believe that this is not a functioning wetland today, just based on what I'm seeing from a hydrologic standpoint and what I'm seeing from a vegetation standpoint. But again, we have the soils. So we have to map those soils at this point as a quince. Somebody could make the argument, and soil scientists can make the argument, that these are a former dredge spoil and are no longer really wetland soils today. But be that as it may, we have it on the plan. It was flagged by us, by a registered soil scientist, and that was in 2014, and the plans have progressed as that being a wetland. So we are acting as it is a wetland today. Relatively low quality. You see we've provided a functions and values assessment. We've gone through all of the Army Corps Highway Methodology Workbook functions and values. You will see that this particular wetland, given its isolation, given its low diversity of wetland plants, given its relatively low wildlife function, has very, 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 very low functions and values. It actually did not provide any principal functions and values when we actually did the analysis, which I think is important to note. So what we are proposing, as Mr. Overton explained a second ago, we would actually like to take this relic wetland, non-wetland, whatever you'd like to call it, and actually create a wetland out of it. And the way we would do that is by excavating those existing relic soils that are there now to an elevation of around 29.5, 29, and try to intercept a seasonally high groundwater table, even though we know I don't have one there at 30 inches. But if we excavate that area and we actually start to shunt the stormwater in that direction, and if we have, during construction, the contractor kind of compact the soils in that area after excavating, we can get an area that will have some water retention ability to support wetland vegetation. And so that is what we're proposing under this alternative plan. That plan is shown in your wetland package under my assessment. It's called Figure 3. I don't have it blown up for you here this evening, but you can see it's this area here. The pink highlights the wetland. What we're proposing to do is pull out the existing relic soils that are there, get down to a grade where we think we can intercept the hydrology, and then also supplement that hydrology with stormwater runoff. And then we're going to plant it with a whole series of native facultative wetland plants, trees and shrubs, and herbaceous plants in that area. So that is the impact to this relic wetland area. As Darren explained, we are protecting the water quality of Toms Brook via this particular wetland by constructing a berm at its southern limit that'll allow us to impound the water behind that area to allow it to naturally infiltrate into the underlying soils, to allow the plants that are there to absorb any nutrients that may be coming off of this particular site, and to help protect the water quality of Toms Brook. We've also provided a detailed sediment erosion control plan, and also to protect not only this particular wetland, but also Toms Brook during construction. With that, I think that's all I have to present regarding the wetlands and the wetland impacts at this point. I'd be happy to answer any of the commission's questions.
Yeah, just one question.
Sure.
You had invasive species management
Yes.
plan. Is that also incorporated into?
Yeah, so the invasive species management plan was always part of the original plan. We do have, if you go up into the upland areas on this site, as you move up into these areas here, you'll find you have Japanese knotweed, you have Japanese wineberry. Those were all part of the original invasive species management plan. That plan will then continue now down into this wetland area as well. We are proposing to remove Japanese wineberry, a majority of the invasive European privet, et cetera, that's out there by mechanical means. We know this is a school site and that herbicides really shouldn't be used on these particular sites. We do have Japanese knotweed on site, and the recommendation would be to excavate those particular patches of Japanese knotweed, remove them from the site completely, or they can be buried on site. However, if you read my report, they must be buried either under impervious surfaces, meaning a parking lot, under a building slab, or we have found that if you bury them under at least 3 feet of soil, they don't seem to be a problem coming back. So those are 3 options that we have for the Japanese knotweed. So yes, that would be part of the plan that you see before you tonight.
Are there currently trees within the wetland that are viable? And if so, what will happen with them?
Sure. So if you've walked out to the wetland, you will notice that most of the large trees that are either in the wetland, well, I should say in the wetland, have actually fallen over. And again, that's, I think, based on just the soils that are there. They're silty, clay soils, and I don't think that's my fault. No. I believe the soils are fine enough where the roots are shallow enough in that area that the trees got to a certain size and the wind blew them over. If you go around the perimeter of the actual wetland, there's some very large trees. Those trees would all remain. In addition to those trees that are falling over in the aquent soils, wetland soils, whatever you want to call them, there's a lot of little sapling trees. There's box elder, Norway maple, an invasive tree is really the dominant sapling type trees that you have in that well, and those would be removed and those would be replaced with native plants or native trees. We have swamp white oak, red maple, yellow birch, more of our native indicative forested wetland type species. In addition to that, the understory would then be planted with winterberry, spicebush, nannyberry. In addition to that, there's also a herbaceous understory that would be cinnamon fern, fringe sedge, and lured sedge as well in those areas. So for the most part, the big trees will remain around the periphery of the wetland.
Are you investigating that drain at the south end?
We will have to investigate it as we move forward with this alternative plan, because we will have to plug it, most likely. We'll have to remove it. If you've been out there, you probably also saw there's a lot of concrete pieces. Former structures along the wetland as well, those would get removed as part of this project as well, so that those man-made elements are also going to have to be removed as part of this, and then we restore those areas as part of it. The other thing I also incorporated in the plan that's not shown on here is I talked a little bit about that there is fallen woody debris, large trees in the wetland. We would actually like to save and salvage those trees. We would actually probably have to cut them because of the size of them, but we'd like to salvage the stumps and salvage the long woody debris and actually replace that back into the wetland after we've gotten down to our grade. Again, that creates more habitat value for that wetland, and that's been incorporated in that alternative plan that's before you.
Any other questions?
Question, it looks, the area of the wetland is much smaller than the area of your enhancement. Have you calculated, I mean, are you doubling the size of what's going to be now a wetland area, or?
Well, the wetland that's in pink here is roughly just about 13,000 square feet. If you were to add the bioretention basin in this area here, and then we're going to have a kind of a natural intermittent watercourse swale coming down into this planted wetland area, you're probably adding another roughly 10,000 square feet on top of that 13,000 square feet. So you're not doubling it, but you are increasing it.
Has this alternative been vetted through DPW yet? Have you gotten that far?
Darren, it would be better to answer that question at this point.
When we prepared the alternative, we actually looked at the size of it. The original basin, you see on the plans, was much smaller and therefore was much deeper to store the amount of stormwater volume that we needed to meet the drainage manual requirements. This one is much shallower, but you can see it's a much broader area, so it actually has a similar volume, and we believe that this design here basically serves the same purpose and has the same volume as the other basin and will function essentially the same. So we will update those volume computations. We did them when we sized it. We checked them. They're the same. So we believe it's going to function the same. So we'll have to update our report and vet that through engineering as well.
So it'll have to be resubmitted.
Well, we've been working with them on one of the difficulties we have is the drainage manual requires a certain amount of soil testing, and the parking lot in front where we have the bioswales proposed, right now some of those islands are actually in a portion of the building. So we've been trying to work with them to decide how we're going to meet the testing requirements of the drainage manual and go out and finish up that testing and submit that as part of addressing the comments that we've received from engineering as well. So there are some updated computations that we need to supply as part of addressing the comments and also addressing this alternative. But we did some planning as part of that ahead as far as looking at the volume of it. And then we need to follow up on meeting the testing requirements as well. I think in general, in the review that engineering provided, and we talked about the protocol for the design of this before we went through and put the plans together. They generally agree in the methodology of how we put together the stormwater management plan.
Okay.
With regards to the storm drainage that's discharging into the town's existing stormwater system, was a pollutant renovation analysis done on that or this other wetland? And can you speak to the volume and peak discharges associated with the western watershed that discharges to the north?
Yeah, we talked with engineering about, because it's with the existing condition out there and the amount of paving, and then the proposed isn't changing very much. We basically do not have an increase in impervious in that watershed. And the way the stormwater manual is written, you still need to meet the water quality requirements. And what I talked to them about was, well, if we're reducing the amount of pavement out there, aren't we inherently meeting the water quality and improving it? But what they told me is similar to what you wrote in your review letter, is that, well, you've still got to mitigate even for the existing impervious that's out there. So that's where we went to the hydrodynamic separator, and we also incorporated the bio swales in there. And what they recommended was look at the pollutant renovation of what you're proposing versus existing. And essentially, since existing is 0, we looked at meeting, under proposed conditions, the 80% total suspended solids removal, and we provided calculations to prove that the new design is above that. So essentially, you start out with 0, and under proposed, we bring it up above the 80% removal rate for water quality.
What about beyond suspended sediments, the pollutants associated with parking, heavy metals, petroleum products? Where do you land on those sorts of things?
So some of those will be filtered out in the bioswales to a limited extent, the drainage area in the parking and the drop-off loop that drain into those. Other than that, when we get down into the lower portion, we're utilizing the hydrodynamic separator.
So have you done any sort of pollutant analysis on those, beyond suspended sediments?
We didn't look at pollutant loading numbers. We looked at removal rates.
Okay. And are those provided?
They were provided in the drainage report.
For the heavy metals and the like?
No, just the total suspended solids.
Yeah, okay. So, just so I'm clear, so there's nothing in the existing documentation that says how effective the new drainage plan will be at removing pollutants commonly associated with parking lots. So that's effectively, it's just a discharge to the Byron. That's.
The thinking is that in the standard for meeting the 80% is that many of those pollutants, like phosphorus, attach to the sediment themselves. They bind to the sediment, and if you remove the sediment, you're removing a number of those other pollutants along with it. There's also benefit to vegetative uptake and breakdown from sunlight, like from oils and things like that, which is part of the reason why we're introducing the bioswales. Other than that, there's very limited area to introduce any further vegetated surface to run this stormwater through.
If you could provide the end result and the reasoning of why you've done what you had proposed and why you could not do things further, that would be helpful. A whole lot of parking areas being added to an area that doesn't seemingly have the ability to renovate for those pollutants, and then that's just going out to the Byram, which is already a particularly stressed water course.
It looks like a lot of impervious area, but it's actually less than what exists in that watershed.
I understand, but the change in the use of that impervious area certainly brings a different pollutant load.
Yes.
Are there any other agency or staff comments?
Following up on that, I mean, I've looked at plans off and on, and there was a version that had some play areas up there near the parking lot.
Aren't they still there?
Mr. Overton, there was some play areas up between the school and the parking lot.
Yes, these areas highlighted in the yellowish color here are the play areas.
Mm-hmm. I mean, any opportunity to do subsurface, not necessarily structures, but gravel filtering systems, I mean, almost say, constructed gravel subsurface wetland type thing, which does have pollutant renovation features associated with it.
We could probably consider some of that under the paved drive aisle here. This is all the top of the ridge that is essentially rock right at the surface.
So that's not under the school right now, that's behind the school.
This area is actually where the school exists now. So
Okay.
the yellowish color is a proposed mulch playscape area, and then the gray here, there's actually going to be a portion of it is going to be a paved play area. We could possibly consider that underneath for the rainfall that hits these areas. I believe this area here actually drains down to the bioretention area here. So this is renovated through here. And this being the high side of this site, it would be hard to get any runoff from the actual paved area to get up to that location. And then the bus loop here At one point, we were considering this as would be a great area to put a bioretention area. We could get the sidewalks and the bus loop to drain into that. Unfortunately, there's a huge oak here that has, for years, there's been efforts to save it. It's been cabled, and there's been a desire, we've been told, to save that tree. And unfortunately, the only way to save that, it actually utilizes pretty much all of this green space. We really can't cut into this to create any sort of bioswale or retention area without affecting the root system there. So that was one of the things that we were considering initially, but was kind of lost through the process. We're happy to consider other options. We went through this with engineering, and we just couldn't come up with any other methods to fit in really more stormwater management in the area, particularly something that would be vegetated. This down here, there's actually a yard drain in this area. The green space here is virtually unchanged. So this area doesn't change. This edge of pavement roughly stays the same. So that grassed area, it really isn't going to change.
Okay. Is there any public comment? Mr. Pop.
Matthew Pop, landscape architect, professional wetland scientist. I live at 54 Mead Ave. I've been in the woods probably over 100 times in the last 15 years. I've been following the development of the school for the last 2 or 3 years. And I reviewed the application. I started to review the environmental assessment report, and you have the functional assessment of the project. And it basically says that the wetland provides like no function. It doesn't provide under recreation, doesn't provide any recreational activity. I've been in there with my son looking for redback salamanders. I birded in there, not recently because the trees have blocked the path, but there is recreational opportunities. And the other one was educational value. It says there's no educational value. We just spent 15 minutes getting educated on that wetland, the soils, where they could have been from. And being the fact it's right next to a school, that's one of the main thing about the educational function. Could you get children to that spot? So the educational component of that wetland, even though it's degraded, to me, there is some value in that, and I think it's significant. And under uniqueness and heritage, again, it's not unique, but I think it is special because it's probably the only wetland in the heart of Byram, even though it's not, it might have been drained or soils. So I think that the assessment should up that value of the wetland slightly. And then in the environmental assessment, I looked at the enhancement plan, which I think probably is a good thing. And I think this is the option that they were talking about. I wasn't sure. But the environmental assessment, it says that there's no disturbance to wetlands. And then in the application, I think I saw that it was 50 feet disturbance to a wetland. And then somewhere else, it was 45 feet disturbance to a wetland. When I put a scale on it, it's 40 feet disturbance to a wetland. So I just think the application needs to get, kind of buttoned down so we all know what we're talking about. The next thing I looked at was the plan. There were no nature trails shown on the plan. For like the last year, we've been told that there's going to be some trails through the woods, but they should be shown. And then I always kind of put a scale on the parking lot. The parking doesn't meet the town standards. The corner spaces are smaller than they're proposed. Then that's required. And then I looked at the stormwater management. And there's maybe 4 different areas. The first area is by the school, over here. This all gets collected and put into the detention basin there. The detention basin on the plan is 13 feet deep. Now, 13 feet is like twice the height of this room. So that's fine. Then the next area is the bioswales in the parking lot. that only picks up a small area of that parking lot, very small. Hardly any treatment because of the small size. The next area is there's a swirl concentrator right here. That picks up kind of this bluish area here and over here. But this whole red area here and over here, there's no treatment. This whole red area, new pavements, a lot more traffic, lots of buses, intense use for the land. All that area, all that stormwater gets discharged into the catch basins with deep sumps in and out. That does not meet the town drainage manual or the DEP stormwater manual. This is kind of a 1980 design as far as I see. The town should set an example for stormwater management on this. And this, in my professional opinion, would have an adverse impact to the Byram River, this development. And because of that, it should be denied unless they alter their plans. What they could do.
Thank you.
They can make the school smaller. If this was a developer coming in with 350 units of housing, right away you would be saying, make it smaller. Or a parking lot, 60 more spaces, it should be smaller in size. They're going to tell you that they can't do it, I'm sure. Another alternative which I prepared in December. I got a couple of copies. I've sent this to the building committee. This school building was their kind of original school, which was in the woods. This is going to work right through here. This was their original design. It was placed in the woods. I don't know if you can see it faintly. It was in red. I made it bigger on my plan. I pushed it up on the hill, the school. I enlarged it, the gym here, so you have direct access to the field. This would require blasting the hillside down. What that does is you could put the drainage behind the school through here, away from the wetland, and you can get the adequate drainage. In fact, one of my notes say up here is that there's more opportunity for drainage on this plan. They have this. I think they just did not consider it. The other alternatives that they could do is use pervious pavers. They could use rain gardens, underground detention, as Bob noted. Pat noted that they should probably have more shade trees in the parking areas. Right now, the trees they have are very small growing trees. They probably grow, the shad, I have a shad in front of my house, probably grows about 10 feet wide. Showing on their plan, it's like a 30-foot diameter. I don't think we'll ever get that size, but there should be large shade trees on that parking lot to provide the shading and reduce the thermal pollution from that. And the last comment I would like to say is, any plans that are revised, I'd like to get them to the Wetland Agency well before the meeting so I have a chance to review them. So again, the plan that's submitted, in my opinion, has an adverse impact to the Byram River and should not be approved. And the town should be setting the example on how to do drainage for the site. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other comments? Mr. Quigley.
I understand that. He's a neighbor, My name is Peter Quigley. I've stood here before on a few other projects, connecting dots really to the water management concerns in town. I think Ms. Sesto really hit on some very good points. And I would also say that the town should set an example here on proper storm management, stormwater management. My big question these days is the town DPW coming for the off-site management of some of these projects to tell us about the capacity of taking water off the site and draining to the Byram River, and more importantly, draining through Tom's Brook down into the Holly Hill area onto Byram Beach, which is a very polluted beach. I'm also a member of the Harbor Commission. So any of this drainage issue now is going to end up in the areas that the Harbor Commissions are getting engaged on. But the question is the town presenting plans as to effective water takeaway from these sites? We heard the other night for the project that was being built behind the ironworks, the town didn't have the capacity to take the discharge. So I think that should be a requirement here, and I think the questions have been asked, and I think they should be followed through. It's not on the merits of the project. Gosh knows this project's gone through some controversy, with a controversy just recently about soil testing. So there is an issue of not just the water being taken off-site, but what are the contaminant flows, and have they done proper soil testing on this site? So those questions still remain. I bring them forward again on these projects that are very closely associated with the impact of the watercourses and the watersheds in town. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there additional comment? There's no additional comment. I think we should probably continue the hearing at this point.
Mr. Overton, would you like to respond to Mr. Pop? Thank you for your review tonight. And as I had indicated before, the project schedule is to return to planning and zoning on May 3rd. The building committee hopes that you look favorably on the application in front of you and the alternate plan, so that we may return to P&Z with an approval in hand. So, if there's any further questions, thank you very much, and thank you for hearing our application.
No. I think given the questions that have been raised, I would suggest we continue the hearing and leave it open so that we can gather the additional information that's been requested.
Agree.
Okay. Thank you very much. The hearing is continued to May 23rd. Thank you.
So you were looking too comfortable over there.
That was a different view.
Yeah.
You might have been uncomfortable. No, I'm just kidding.
We didn't want to quit even sooner.
Okay, moving on to pending applications. The next is application 2016-015, 18 Hurlingham Drive, Frangione Engineering LLC, for Michael Barshiski, for demolition of tennis court and construction of a driveway and drainage system. Mr. Claus.
All right, agency looked at this application last month, and I seemed that there were no real issues with the proposal to formalize a work area that was used during construction of the building and make that.
So if it comes down to it, if it comes down to, is there going to be an improvement to the buffer area from this happening, then I would say, professionally, I would say yes, there is. As far as species, different species specifications, again, like I said, if we want to switch some of the, I need my cheaters, sorry. If we want to switch some of the red twig dogwood, which really is more of a wet species, with something else, and add more witch hazel, that's perfectly fine. The applicant is willing to make that work. I think that part of the reason of the whole thing is unknown. We didn't speciate anything in there because it was the second time that we went out there, we saw it the way you saw it.
So would you be amenable to adding 8 more trees to bring it up, leave the shrub count as is to compensate for some understory that was lost, undefined?
You want a horse
understory?
trade? Can we do 4? 8's fine, 8's fine, it's fine.
And I'm not opposed to the hemlocks, I just want the property owners to understand that they do come with a maintenance responsibility. I mean, they're native.
I did have that discussion with
Okay,
the landscape architect and the owner of that, the fact that there's a possibility that the adelgid will go and eat the trees, but the trees that I've seen planted that we're planting today and all this past week, they've been treated on.
4 is probably an appropriate amount. Also, we're concerned about having the trees come too much closer to the house because we don't want to wind up back in the situation where we had damaged trees that, frankly, it doesn't do it justice when you look at the images, but, some of them were rotten, and then we also just had concerns based on damage that had happened to the canopy of the trees where it appeared that there was rot happening up top, that basically going to have some sort of calamity with a windstorm, because the trees were basically in line of all the front-facing bedrooms of the house, which includes mine and my wife's and my children's. So that regards the trees. The other item for dialogue was around the buffer along the lawn. So we're not opposed sort of in general to the idea of the buffer. The spacing, I think, we'd ask that the agency consider reducing that to about 2 feet. The initial plan that we'd submitted when we were working with Christy Kuhn actually suggested a buffer of fox sedge along the waterfront there. The reason for that is sort of twofold. We thought it would be appropriate to keep in line with the watercourse, but there's a unique problem with this watercourse in that I think it was originally built as a town ditch to drain water off of Cat Rock Road and the surrounding developments. And what happens every summer, at least every summer we've been there, is probably around June, the watercourse will dry out. You will get heavy growth of various weeds and other sort of, just whatever just grows when the stream dries out. And then what tends to happen is you start getting heavier rains towards the end of the summer. Where it's piped to the neighbor and where the pipe comes in under the southern side of our driveway tends to get clogged with the weeds themselves and debris. And we're in this difficult situation of basically having the street flood. When the street floods, it doesn't impact our house, but it impacts the street. There's standing water on the street, and our neighbors get very upset with us because apparently fire trucks, ambulances, and police vehicles won't cross standing water. So our idea in the original plan with fox sedge would have been to give more of a buffer and sort of hopefully control some of that weed growth. So our suggestion there would be, to take it down a bit from 5 feet since this wasn't in the area of violation, but also, with respect to the agency's recommendations, do something like remove the lawn for about 2 feet and then plant fox sedge seeds and have those grow. So that addresses the buffer. I just wanted to address just some items in the conditions. So item 4 in the conditions is, basically signing a declaration that we understand that there's wetlands and watercourses and that they should remain in an undisturbed and natural state in the absence of additional permits. What I would ask the agency to consider is to approve weeding in the watercourse as necessary to prevent basically clogging of that watercourse where it pipes underground. And also on, I guess it would be the eastern bank, the road-facing bank of the watercourse, because basically what happens is all the regular wetland species that are there, such as the ferns, basically around that time when the watercourse starts filling with weeds, the weeds move up the bank, overtake the ferns, and then everything on that side basically just turns to weeds and dies. So we'd ask that basically we are given permission to do, reasonable hand weeding of those areas as necessary. And, I think the other item I noted that in 8 there was a question about fencing the area in terms of where the shrubs and the trees would be. We tried to pick shrubs and trees that were, everything tends to get sort of browsed by deer, but we picked shrubs that, based on our research, were shrubs and trees that were less likely to be browsed by deer. And we've had experience before with the red twig dogwoods in areas where deer were browsing and haven't really had any issues with that. So, we're not 100% sure that extensive fencing is necessary. But other than that, we welcome further comment from the agency.
Thank you. I guess a question for staff regarding the increased size of the river birches versus 4 additional canopy trees.
The size of the trees that were removed based on the stumps that were there were quite large, and I think that the river birch will not, replace those.
Okay.
And so I would still like to see larger trees, larger canopy trees, and implemented
Okay.
there.
Okay. Very good. And then I guess regarding the buffer, I think, to be honest, 5 feet buffer is completely reasonable. We often request even deeper buffers to prevent nitrogen flow down into watercourses, which exacerbate the growth of those plants that you see during the dry periods. So I guess my feeling is, I'm not sure how the rest of the agency feels, but it seems like a 5-foot buffer seems reasonable, reasonable to me.
Even though it wasn't part of the violation? I mean, that's where it's adding 300 square feet basically, because this is about 60 feet. So it adds about 300 square feet of additional work. And, I mean, we'll work with the agency here, but, to add 4 more trees.
Well, you had a lot of uptake from the trees that were removed, that has been eliminated because of the violation. So this helps to address some of that flow that ends up in the stream versus being uptaked by the trees.
Well, it wasn't the same area, but it's a cost issue for us, frankly, as well, because we're adding 300 square feet of additional sort of work and labor that's going to need to be done in plantings, and so that paired with trying to increase the tree count. We did increase the shrub count, to basically, we've got 20 shrubs here. So, our general idea was to put forth the most aggressive plan we could in conjunction with the budget and the prior advice we had. So, I guess if there's something, if we can mitigate in some way, I mean, if we're doing 8 trees, we can do 8 trees, but what's going to happen is they're not going to be the 10 to 12 foot trees. We'll still keep it within the, 1.5 to 2 inch caliper based on what the agency's requesting. But our thought was to put trees in that were going to be the largest we could get in there to respond to the request, and then hopefully, because of that, the most viable and the most likely to take.
True, but I guess from our perspective, we're in it for the long haul, so if you're actually putting in more smaller trees, eventually they will create the canopy that was removed. So that's really where my perspective is coming from. I'm not sure how the rest of the agency feels on this.
Actually, smaller trees sustain less shock, and they tend to catch up in 2 or 3 years with a larger tree. So there's that.
I'm a little bit concerned here that there's been a violation and you wind up with how many additional square feet of lawn?
No, well, actually, I think it's a wash, right? If we take the lawn across the stream bed and revert that to a buffer, which I would suggest would be something along the lines of, fox sedge or other sedge grasses to uptake the nitrogen there. If you look at this map, there's the stumps that are closest to the drive, And that's all basically a hill grade, so that would not be a lawn area. And I think basically what you get is an equivalent strip between the trees that we would propose to plant and where the hill grade ends. So, frankly, it would be more or less a wash, probably less lawn, actually, when you take into account the grade of the hill, because all along where you'd see where we suggested the rhododendrons and where the stumps in the rear are, that is a grade that's a hill, so that would not be lawn area.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. Activity 2 says stump grinding and lawn planting.
Yes, so the stumps where they are would be ground, and basically, if you look at the area between this set of stumps right here and here, this is pretty much the strip that we were talking about, and this is all a hill, so that really wouldn't be lawn planting. It's a hill up to the driveway on top of basically the rock ledge that the house is built on. So you're basically looking at this area being made from lawn to a buffer based on the board's recommendation, and this area was where we were requesting adding some lawn.
Right.
Which is probably where the canopy trees would go, I'm assuming.
No.
No.
The new ones.
The 4 additional canopy trees.
In
addition
So as to reestablish the canopy rather than turn the cleared area to lawn.
I mean, my suggestion there would be to space them a bit more staggered within the area along the watercourse. Again, the concern for us is the house and the proximity to the house with these trees and the risk that they pose. I mean, they had rot in them, and we were advised by our home inspector to have them checked out by tree people, and the tree people told us that they were not, safe. So.
Do you have a letter from an arborist that indicates that?
No, because at the time we did this, we didn't know it was something that was in violation, and we didn't know we needed something like that. I have the inspection report from our home inspector who said, it basically said get those trees checked out by a tree professional. This is sort of our first time at the rodeo with this kind of stuff, so we didn't really know what we were doing wrong, and did not really get all of that kind of documentation. So, yeah, I mean, that would be my suggestion, would be to stagger it further along the water course. And, I mean, we're just, frankly, we're not comfortable having trees that will grow to a large size closer to the house because of this issue. Because it's the bedrooms, and, I mean, even just with the recent windstorm in town, there was a number of severe damage that was caused by trees like this. So, we're reluctant.
How
So the
long
site- oh, I'm
how
sorry.
long does it take
It's going to take a
tree to grow to a height?
that could damage the house
That
very
could
long
damage the
time,
house.
decades.
Decades?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this is our forever house. I mean, we both grew up in town.
For decades.
Look, we're not, if you're telling us we need to add trees, we'll add trees. Our suggestion was to have the larger trees, but if you want us to go to instead of these clumped birches, we'll work on that with you. Our preference would be to have them closer to the water course.
Okay.
And I think, we'd still like, if we're going to have the buffer on the area that's currently lawn, we'd ask that the agency allow us to sort of reclaim the strip of area for lawn between basically where the grade would end and the
Work it out with staff.
the trees and the area that we're proposing. I mean, this is
How
about.
I have a suggestion. You want to put in lawn. One of the problems with lawn is that you fertilize lawn and you put nasty chemicals on lawn to keep down the weeds and other things. That stuff gets washed into the water course. Right? How about if you just didn't do that and you agreed not to do that?
Then I mean, I don't want to do the buffer. I mean, it just doesn't seem.
So what you want was to expand the lawn in front of your house.
No.
And treat it like lawn, and having cut down these very large trees, not put in large trees.
We-
It seems like,
That's not, we suggested the largest trees we could afford to put in, the 12 to 14, or 10 to 12-foot multi-clump birch trees. You know, all we're saying is that we've got a budget we're working with here, and we know there's going to be a bond that we have to have that cash available for, too. So we're saying if we're adding the trees, we'll add the trees. And I've heard from Ms. Sesto that it's actually probably better to have the smaller trees.
Okay.
You know, but our suggestion is if we're losing the lawn over here, then, you know, we'd ask that we could put the lawn there. And, you know, frankly, we suggested a large number of the shrubs to, you know, take into account that concern of the runoff.
well, I'll defer to staff in the end.
Okay.
I mean, and I just also want to point out that we have worked with the agency from day one on this, previously with Daniel, who had been the original compliance officer on this. We called him immediately, started on the process, and then continued to work through it with Ms. Carroll. And, you know, we're trying to do the best here. You know, we're doing it on our own. We don't have representation. And we've put forth the most aggressive and, you know, basically the plan that we could fit in our budget, accounting for the fact that, you know, ultimately this is all going to be bonded and that money is going to, you know, that's going to be the total cost here, and we're going to have to put that aside. So, you know, just for context, we've tried to do everything to remedy this violation as soon as possible with the agency. And I mean, that's why we're here, and that's why we've basically put this forward. So, you know, we haven't tried to fight anything, and we'd ask for, you know, understanding of that as we move forward.
Well, I'm prepared to make a motion to approve the order to correct as written by staff with the additional 4 trees and the 5-foot buffer, but the location of those trees, you can meet with staff and decide where to best put them.
Okay.
You want to include the hand weeding of the channel?
And allow hand weeding of the channel as necessary.
Does that include the bank that faces the channel? Because that becomes part of an issue, because on the other side of the fence is town land, which is also grass. We don't fertilize that, but, you know, it runs down there. And so I just want to make sure that's
Yeah,
covered. 'cause
hold on.
I don't
I
wanna-
think staff has an opinion on this.
I'm listening to this part of the presentation by Mr. Olson. It seemed to me that the problem is when debris gets into the mouth of the pipe and it floods the road. If
Yeah.
that's the problem, the regulations allow you to clean the pipe of the debris. But cleaning vegetation out of the channel,
Yeah,
you're opening up a big can of worms. It's basically a regulated activity that we're not regulating.
The hand weeding?
Yeah, because this year they hand weed, next year a landscaper goes in with, you know, some shovels and a wheelbarrow.
I mean, we would totally agree to never bring any sort of, never, you know, do anything other than hand weed. And that could be, I hear what you're saying about the pipe and everything. What we've found is that basically you have debris that is, it's not a huge area, and the debris flows down. And yeah, I can clear it out, but it's a bit of a hardship on us to constantly be in the muck on this thing, to basically not have the street flood. So, I mean, we're more than happy to agree to never do anything other than hand weed here. There's no, I don't want to put shovels in. I don't want to really do anything, frankly, after having gone through this process without permission. And, you know,
right.
we understand the green sheet process now, and so we know the process. And, you know, this type of error won't happen again.
Well, there is a motion on the table.
Want to include the hand weeding or not?
Well, I think-
I would second that motion without allowing the hand weeding.
Based upon staff's recommendation.
Yes.
Although allowing the clearing of the pipe.
But the hand weeding could be done with agent approval application, yes?
Yes.
Yes.
You could just use a weed trimmer.
A weed whacker?
All right, so, yeah, I'm just going to follow up just to be sure I'm clear, because I don't want to weed whack that and then find out I'm in violation. So I just would want that clear. And that would work for me too. I mean, the idea is that if you've got weeds that are growing up like this, we can basically bring them down and take the weed debris out.
But not yank them out of the ground.
Yeah, I mean, if the concern's about the disruption of the soil in the stream bed or
Right.
the ditch bed, like, that's not an issue for us.
Because that leads to erosion that flows downstream into someone else's.
Sure, I mean, that's not an issue for us.
So Section
Very good.
4 allows routine maintenance provided you're not removing material. So by
Okay.
weed whacking, you're not removing anything, you're just maintaining it.
Okay, well, I mean,
I withdraw my modification.
Okay,
we're comfortable with that.
very good. So, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Okay.
Go whack them weeds.
And meet with staff regarding the placement of those 4 additional trees.
Okay.
You're clear on the ruling? Are you clear on that?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, so in terms of the buffer, we'll work with staff on what goes in that buffer.
Right.
Okay, and then we'll work with staff on the addition of the trees.
Yeah. The condition, essentially, it's the conditions
The
that are in
conditions,
here.
right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, number 2, 2016-031, 20 River Road, John and Brenda Felleter for Yater? Felleter, thank you. For construction of a stone retaining wall 5 feet from wetlands. Doreen, please.
Okay, the wetland with this property consists of the mill pond. It has a narrow, low marsh tidal fringe along the pond bank. The applicant's proposing to construct a second retaining wall, approximately 5 feet off the western property boundary, to minimize erosion that's been caused by tidal influences. The application didn't clarify whether the wall was going to be a dry-laid rubble wall or if it would be a mortared stone wall. Since the applicant has clarified that it will be a mortared stone wall with weep holes, these details will need to be provided, the details of the wall's construction will need to be provided for the application. Tree protection is proposed on the plan. However, the way that the wall is shown to be excavated could compromise 2 trees that are on the property. So since then, the applicant has provided further detail that tree wells will be installed around the trees to protect them. This too would need to be put onto the final plans. Then the proposal is to backfill behind the wall about 1 foot, which would cover over those existing tree roots, and the opportunity that those trees won't live as a result was questioned. A licensed arborist was asked to make a report on this finding, and we did receive an environmental report from Exquisite Environments. The arborist is Kyle Wells. It's just a 1-page report that says that tree wells will be installed, that drainage pipes will be implemented in the wall, the roots will be pruned, they will also be inspected, and that none of the root flares will be backfilled with soil, and that quality topsoil will be installed behind the wall. The report indicates that if these steps are taken, the trees will have a healthy environment and continue to grow and live a long, healthy life. So we have been provided that detail. Staff had asked for more details in the narrative that was provided. Some of those questions included what the condition of the mill pond's bank were like, what the pros and cons of the retaining wall were, and what mitigation can be considered beside the wall that would improve that bank erosion. We did receive some additional information on that. The narrative of that indicated that they had done multiple planting and other management practices to try to alleviate that erosion, but I'll let the applicant further speak on that point. And also, we were interested if there were any alternatives to the wall that were explored. Originally, staff recommended a delay of the application, but there are conditions of approval if the agency decides to approve the application.
Okay, thank you, Doreen. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Brenda Felleter. This is my husband, John Felleter. And I just got this new, I spoke with Aiden from Sunview prior to meeting with you guys today, and he sketched up what you have in front of you, a well around the trees to protect when the soil, the backfill soil is put in there. So that's what that is showing you on that new survey, which wasn't on the other one. This is way too high for me, I'm sorry. Is that better? Thanks. I also took some pictures of my property, which I'm not a photographer, but I tried to use my iPhone. I'm trying to show you some of the plantings I've put in through the years. There's actually like hand-laid pavers I put in here. They just sink down after a while. They just keep sinking in. So, but there is some plantings that have stayed here. And as you go along, you can see, this is a shot of the two trees that we're talking about. There's actually originally two other trees here, and that's why they kind of grow funny. I was trying to take a picture of how they look. They actually lean a little bit. By removing this tree, it actually got the health of this tree better. It was like literally stripped all the way up there. And the well would be here to protect these trees. When I met with Kyle Monday, actually, we talked about the health of the trees. They're actually in very good health, and I want to continue that. I've planted a forest, just asked my husband, since I moved in, marrying him several years ago. So I'm on board with protecting trees and planting more trees. But this one here was the concern that the arborist had brought up. And I tried to show you, again, I'm not a photographer, how much lower the erosion has created on this tree. And that's where he said that you might need to put some soil there because the erosion is so bad, and you can see actually stones are popping up here on the yard because we just had rain yesterday. It wasn't a lot of rain, but we just had rain, and it literally washes the soil away. So it causes a lot of erosion next to this tree, and I've tried to put some plantings in there to hold it in. Some of them take, some of them don't. I planted a bunch of hydrangea last year, and out of the 8 I planted, 2 are still alive, because basically when I water this property, because of how it declines into the pond, everything just goes down. I put sod down, and it completely is too shaded with the plants, so I've brought the apron of the trees up. It's healthier for the house, because they're close to the house, and some stuff stays.
sorry.
Go ahead.
The stone wall that you're proposing, is it going to be flush with the existing grade or above? Is it a sitting height? Can you tell me?
The property is 10 feet, where it is right here, where you look right here, that's like 10 feet. It drops down to 7 feet where those trees are.
Right,
So they want to bring that up.
Okay.
So the wall will be 30-inch wall or, thereabouts, and the soil will be supported by that wall. That's going to be mortar and...
Okay, so you're proposing below the wall or above it's a 30-inch wall with fill placed above?
Yeah, so that it'll support the yard here. So this will be, it'll go from here all the way over to the other side, which is pretty much the same, where I have a picture over it right here. And it'll die into the wall here. So you'll have this part right here, which is the worst part of the yard, where it's very eroded. That'll be supported by having backfill.
Okay. Very good. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Would the agency be interested in seeing the conditions of approval?
Please.
And also, would you like to take a
Are there
look?
any other agency questions on this?
Where the wall, where the wall goes around the trees on the new plan, how close to the trees will that wall be? Because you're going to may have a root problem getting the foundation in.
Well, I actually am going to be talking to the arborist again, because he didn't really say in his recommendations how far, and that was a question that Aiden and I both had, because it doesn't say anything about distance from there. When I physically spoke with him, he said that the wall, when you go across and you see the wall here, this tree is fine where that wall would go across, but this tree is closer to the pond, and that was the one he felt that needed more of a well. So this one, he suggested if we curve it in that area down closer to the pond, then it would keep it protected and healthy.
Okay, thank you. Any other agency questions? Are there public questions or comments on this application?
No, Brian, I'm sorry. Do we require a design on those walls with a foundation?
Well, if they're,
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
do we require a specific design on this?
If
For
the wall's over
mortar
3
laid-
feet high, it needs to be engineered, otherwise, a landscape architect or, landscaping professional can do it.
But I guess the question is, are there, on the uphill side of your walls, is there going to be fill placed? Or is the existing, this shows that it's the existing grade just going down to the base of that new wall?
Yeah, we're going to be using that 30-inch wall to actually support the soil so there isn't further erosion. So, I'm not sure.
Is the soil going to go to the top of the wall?
Right, on the uphill side, because then it becomes a retaining wall on the uphill.
Top of the wall, or will it be below the top of the wall?
I believe it's going to be below the top of the wall. And that's why that's why Aiden showed this, the well going on the upside of that to protect.
The tree.
Because that's just the well. He's just showing where the well's going to go, but the wall is still.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you. Okay. Someone like to make a motion on this? Otherwise, I can take a whack at it.
You could take a whack.
Okay. Whack away, okay. I'll make a motion to approve, provided that there is no fill placed above, on the uphill side of the wall, which that will then turn into a retaining wall, and you would need to show details accordingly. Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All in
Can we
favor?
have some discussion, please?
Oh, yes.
I think you misunderstood what I said. A retaining wall can be up to 36 inches high without having engineered details or a building permit.
Okay.
And it's routinely done around town that retaining walls are built up to, say, 30 inches and filled behind.
Got it. Okay.
Okay. So you're saying we don't need to see any plans for a 30-inch wall, even if it's backfilled?
Correct.
Okay.
Right, so the
Okay,
motion
modified.
stands. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve. All in favor? Thank you. Next application is 2016-033, 125 Pexland Road, Nazaro Incorporated for 125 Pexland Holdings LLC for dredging of a pond.
Good evening.
Hi, Gene.
Yes.
Just let me summarize some of the comments I made, and then we'd really like to hear what you have to say.
Okay.
This is a, I'm going to use the pointer on this one, please. There's two sections to the dredge on this. There's the pond part, but also a sediment cleaning and debris cleaning from the watercourse that feeds the pond. And my comments, I mean, there are good aspects of the plan, and especially the timing in which Mr. Nazaro plans to do it at a low flow period so that water handling will be much less of an issue. However, looking at the plan as a standalone document, not taking anything away from Mr. Nazaro, I've seen work he's done. I think with this plan, he could probably do the work, but if we issue a permit, we can't guarantee that he's going to be the one doing the work. So to have a plan that's complete, that anyone could take, and the agency could be assured of how the project will be done, is useful, and certain things that aren't on the plan are details of how the water will be handled, because there will be water flowing into the brook even at low flow periods. How will it be diverted around the work site? How will it be filtered and discharged? There are features on the plan that are filter features. Some of the details of those features are a little bit sketchy, so I'm not going to go point by point through the staff report. You've had it before you over the weekend. Mr. Nazaro has had it. Well, we're going to have to figure out what's wrong with our distribution system, because, no, this is the second time tonight I've heard that, and that's the whole idea, is getting these out when they're prepared, so I apologize to you on that. There's, Mr. Nazaro in his narrative says that 750 cubic yards of material will be removed, but it's a little bit sketchy what material he intends to remove from the watercourse. I believe there are grass-eating carp in the pond. There's no detail of what's going to happen to these fish during the dredging operation. These are fish that need a permit from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. They can't just be, released and then you go down to the store and get another batch. The plan it's a straight dredging plan. There's no enhancement proposed either to the watercourse channel, which does show signs of slumping and erosion, or say, emergent shelves or other features or buffers around the pond. That's about it. So I recommend the agency delay. And what I would perhaps suggest is if those details are provided and any other details the agency feels are required, can't agent approve it? Well, we'll be back next month. Let's try to figure a way out of that.
Okay. Thank you, Bob. Welcome. Okay.
Well, I have a staff report, just from memory right here, recall. As far as addressing the sediment, the actual stream itself is probably, I would say, about a maximum of 100 feet up to this curve. Sorry.
It's okay.
You have to grab the mic, sir.
Sure.
You slide it out. There you go.
Hello there. The stream itself, it's a small stream that's entering the pond now. The way to capture the water is to intercept it above our work area and pump it's actually in reverse the way the plan is designed. The clean water should actually be intercepted here, brought back into the main pond, and then the sediment-laden material should then go back into the dirt bag, the sediment sack, to control any of that sediment coming out. The way we normally do it, the sack itself is filter fabric, come in different sizes. Potentially this will be 10 by 15 feet. We normally put down straw below that with either filter fabric below that, straw base, put the bag inside that, encapsulate that with hay bales around that. The hay bales are the fabric is brought up over the hay bales, staked in place so it can't move. Once the trick actually to removing of the sediment sack is not to have it rupture. And in order to do that, we put nylon straps below that before the placement of the bag, and then be picked up and harvested and put back into a truck for off-site disposal. This area in here really requires mostly handwork and a small machine, perhaps like a mini-size excavator. The idea is not to disturb it's just some growth that's going on in this area to redefine the channel and increase the flow. I don't know if I answered any question or not, Bob, on that. As far as the pond itself, the same process would take place with the sediment sack here. However, in this one here, I think it'd be most advisable to put into a roll-off container and have the water be filtered into that, then discharged back out return back into the stream, because it's a hard surface area we're dealing with versus a lawn area for the most part. The equipment access into the pond is a single point coming into the pond, working our way through that and harvesting the material without offset disposal. As far as the carp, typically we'll dig a lower area within the pond itself. This pond has a very hard bottom to it. It's all ledge in that area. Typically we'll dig a lower area, migrate the fish into the deeper water, and allow them to live throughout the process. Let the water return when the process is finished. We just completed a job just an example that for a CSA farm in Ridgefield, the Hickories. Incredible the amount, we completed that job about a month ago. The amount of aquatic life, fish, turtles, frogs, immediate return. So as far as our ability to maintain the carp, I feel very confident we can do that. As far as whether we are issued the permit or the owner, I'm in contract. I have a contract with them to do the job. So that's our position on that. However, if you need additional details or information, not an issue.
Well, I think if you could, some of the things you just said, if you could summarize those in writing
Sure.
and on a plan with some more details on the plan. The other point I've failed to ask or mention is the arsenic in the sediment.
Mhm.
And if you're taking it out of the pond and dewatering it on site, is there any special handling that requires? I know you're going to be disposing of it properly off-site, the sediment, but
Well, the levels of arsenic in that report, I don't believe are all that elevated from the soils report that we had on that. And it's similar to what we did on Clapper Ridge, where the arsenic, because that was an apple orchard, it's interesting that it only migrated about the first 6 inches into the soil. It's very stable, so it does not get deep into it. As far as any contaminants, arsenic to come off site or something of that nature, if it's in a report or of a concern, I don't want to inherit the product as well. As soon as it goes onto one of our trucks, I have ownership of it. The last material went to, I believe it was Massachusetts or Pennsylvania. We had it all documented on that. I don't know if I'm answering your question on that, or Bob, or not.
well, I guess if you, in your additional information, if you could explain to the agency what, if any, special handling during dewatering, so that I am not experienced with handling of this type of material, and whether the arsenic would be mobilized and move with the water being, that's coming off your dewatering, or is it going to be bound with the sediment?
It'd be bound with the sediment. That's typically how it's worked. In our past experiences, in an orchard environment, this is arsenic, which is naturally occurring in the soil. So the results that we have in the soil test don't show excessive levels of arsenic, but I'm not here to dispute that with you.
Okay, well,
how do we deal with it is your concern?
Yeah, I think the arsenic level is above the residential reuse level in the sediment. So the question, the sediment disposal has to be disposed of properly based on that.
Agreed.
So perhaps if there's any sort of documentation that arsenic contamination of sediment stays bound to the sediment during dewatering, that would be very helpful for us to see.
Because otherwise, I would imagine then that you'd be removing the soil around the dewatering area, if indeed that arsenic is leached into the soil in that area. Is that what your concern is, Bob?
Well, I'm just saying, if the arsenic is somehow mobilized and it's coming off in the clean water that's coming off the sediment after it's being filtered, and it's being pumped down into the pond again or downstream again, you're giving somebody else the problem, or not mitigating or fixing the problem.
I understand your point. I'm just trying to think of, in past experience of it, it has not been an issue because it's married with the soil. But again, I'm with you. I don't want to send this issue downstream to someone else's problem.
You can just provide a citation of something that talks about it being bound to the soil, and that would probably be enough.
Okay, will do.
Okay. Any other questions regarding this application? Any public questions or comments? Oh, sure.
Norma Curland.
Joe Rogers.
Elliot Benton.
Jim Carr.
Jay Schoendorf.
Stephen Fong.
Excellent.
Good. Well, thank you.
Okay. Motion to delay.
Second.
All in favor? Okay.
And the next scheduled meeting is, sorry?
23rd.
May 23rd. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, next item is 2016-034, 20 Leeward Lane, Rocco V. DeAndrea for Robert and Stephanie Earhart for demolition and construction of a single-family residence, drainage system, and utilities 45 feet from wetlands. So, Mr. Clausen, please.
Okay, think the first thing I'm going to ask is, did any agency members visit this site? If so, would you please identify yourselves?
Norma Curlin.
Joe Rogers.
Elliot Benton.
Jay Schoendorf.
Stephen Fong.
Okay, this is a developed residential property in Riverside at 0.6 of an acre. The applicant is looking to demolish the house and put a new house here. The driveway will be in the same location along the eastern property line. Unlike the current condition, this plan does contain drainage improvements, a rain garden in the back, and a stormwater detention system, which is a system that would meter flows in the front. The drainage pattern from this property is kind of unusual in that the part of the property that drains to the north and east toward the rain garden goes off-site to the abutting property into a drain that then runs back down across the corner of this property to join the flows from the front of the property. So it all ends up going across Leeward Lane through a culvert into a watercourse and very soon after that into Long Island Sound. Let's see, the drainage system will reduce peak rates of runoff through the 50 to 100-year storm. My staff report was incorrect. It stated peak rates of volume would be reduced as well. That's not the case. Let's see. Let's see. I guess, talking about the rain garden, the wetland on the property is just right in this northeast corner. The rain garden is proposed right up against the wetland and actually slightly into the wetland. This wetland is pretty well beat up, exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say. It's been landscaped for many years. It's kind of hard to see why the wetland flags are where they are. I mean, it's not a very high functional wetland at the moment. So the idea of putting a rain garden here with a planting plan that would naturalize the area, which has been provided since my staff report was written. I passed out a copy of the ELS plan just now. I think is going to be an improvement to the wetland. The ELS plan also includes a demarcation feature. So again, that's something that I recommended, and it will be an improvement. Let's see. The DPW requested revisions and additional information, which the applicant's, Mr. DeAndrea's firm did provide today, and that's been forwarded to DPW. They have not had a chance to review it. In addition, the director has prepared a memo that you received today describing concerns with the lack of control of volume off of the runoff volume off this site, specifically potential impacts to receiving water courses, which is immediately across the street. So all of this put together, I do recommend a delay, and I think Mr. DeAndrea would like to present his revisions and also hear if the agency, after visiting the site or looking at the plans, has any other concerns about this project.
Thank you, Mr. Clausy. It is true that we've had a dialogue. The director and I have had several communications today, which I think is very helpful. I don't agree with all the position points that she has made, and I'll try to discuss those here tonight. I think what should be said at the outset is that we have accommodated all comments from the DPW. We've also designed the site totally in compliance with the requirements of the current town drainage manual. I think the only issue that has come up out of the comments from the director is that there seems to be some concern over the increase in volume. What you have to consider as you think about that, if you think it's significant, is that we have reduced the peak rates of flow during all the storms up to the 25-year event, which is really the primary objective, to reduce the rate and thereby reduce the potential for erosion of velocities in the receiving watercourse. What you should have seen when you went, and I think was important for Mr. Clausia to note for the record that many of the members have in fact visited this site, while you saw a completely developed site, virtually devoid of any vegetation, then if you looked across the street downstream, you would have noticed a very stable stone line channel on a flat topography that is surrounded by a large wetland corridor. None of that will be in any way deteriorated by the development that we propose. We've reduced all of the peak rates of flow. We've provided detention to control all those increases. And the only reason we cannot ideally infiltrate is because the soils in the area are not especially permeable. You'll see on the chart where I listed all the test hole data, you'll find that there's miscellaneous fill over an original layer of topsoil in the front of the house, which will be on the south side. So there was manipulation of the site over the original topography and soils. The soils below the original topsoil layer are tight modeled clay loams. Again, as I said, they're not ideally suited for permeability. To that end, the existing septic system on the property will be eliminated in favor of connecting to the sanitary sewer system of the town. So you should look at that as a positive element, so that we now have an improved condition on the discharge of water into the groundwater. Now, currently the design is such that the runoff from the back of the property will be directed through the rain garden following the drainage manual criteria, which is part of the treatment train, whereby we go through the rain garden, filter the runoff, taking the nutrients out of what lawn may be there. It is ultimately then discharged through the tight joint pipe, which we propose for detention. The reason we propose tight joint pipe is because under the current drainage manual criteria, we're supposed to provide a certain separation vertically from the modeled soil, recognizing that those soils are not suited for infiltration. I did point out that there is a original topsoil layer down at a depth of approximately 30 inches. So in my discussions with the director today, it was discussed that there are other ways if everyone were to cooperate, if you're so concerned about the increase in volume. I'm going to give you a little analysis on that volume in a moment. But instead of the tight joint pipe, which we have at 24-inch diameter, we could substitute those tight joint pipes for galleries, or the Coltex type system, which are only 26 inches deep. And by installing those at the same elevation that we have the pipe, we would be having an interface in with that original topsoil layer. So that's one way that we could disperse some of the water or the volume that seems to be of concern to the director, and thereby allow the water to move laterally through that layer, which is about 4 to 6 inches thick based on the test hole data that we provided. Now, the cooperation that I spoke of would have to be through the engineering department, because they have to recognize that we have to have some concessions from their drainage manual, which would require normally a vertical separation from those tight soils. So that's one way in which we could foster some infiltration laterally. And by allowing the water to be stored temporarily in the galleries rather than the tight joint pipe, we would also increase the evaporation that would come through the soil, because the galleries would be surrounded by stone. Now, had we had time prior to the comments from the director, we could have presented that to you this evening in a more formal fashion. But as Mr. Clausy pointed out at the prior application, sometimes the communication is such that it's at the last minute. We can scramble, but not entirely completely. So I'd like the agency to consider that as a reasonable alternative if you are really concerned about the increase in volume. It's not uncommon to address the issue of the increased volume with the engineering department because we recognize that no matter what you do, you're going to see some increase in volume. And without the ability to infiltrate, that's going to be of concern. But let's put it into focus. If you were to take the volume that's increased, which is about, at the 25-year event, 614 cubic feet, you would suggest or find that volume could be dissipated at the rate that is being discharged at the peak of that storm for about 7 minutes. I'd have to suggest that that's not a significant time to be concerned about. And again, if you looked at the channel today, the receiving channel, and then later on the amount of run that it has, you'll see that that stone line channel, which is natural in my opinion, has not in any way given evidence of any erosion. So I think that the plan as presented is a good one. I think that we can accommodate the concern for the additional volume, which is a small quantity, by modifying the tight joint pipe to galleries, which will interface with the original topsoil layer, which is down at about 30 inches from the surface. I'd also like to point out that there are only 2 trees being removed from the site. There is virtually no fill being brought into the site. And the elevation of the first floor of the proposed dwelling is actually 2 feet lower than the existing. Normally, this agency, I believe, would find those factors all commendable. And I think you should find the same way this evening.
So you have a yard drain in the northwest.
Yes, sir.
And that just goes straight into the, doesn't go through any
It
treatment?
doesn't, because it's really not possible by the elevation to create that. We didn't bring any fill in to create artificial slope to direct water in other directions.
Yeah, but
If you wanted it to be eliminated, and we could eliminate it, it would stay on the surface. We think it's appropriate to take away the excess at times.
Well, the only thing is, it's a lawn, so.
Excuse me?
It is a lawn
Yes, sir.
area, and, people are going to want to put stuff down on the lawn, so.
But the catch basin in itself doesn't detract from that ability, but it's a yard drain. It's a small inlet.
But what it does do is it creates effectively a direct discharge to the receiving watercourse. The pollutants that come from dog waste and fertilizers are being
Okay.
captured and passed through without any pretreatment.
As you can see, we have majority of the roof drains on the back side of the house discharging to the surface, so we can eliminate the catch basin, the drain inlet. It doesn't really matter in this case. It hasn't been there for years. It doesn't have to be there in the future. So if that's a condition of approval, it would not be objectionable.
Excuse my naivete, but...
Excuse me?
I said, excuse my naivete.
Yes, sir.
You will do that,
I'm waiting for the question before I'm going to excuse you.
My problem is with the small storms.
Yes, sir.
You're now detaining the flows from the smaller storms, which sounds to me like it might be a way of starving that wetland on the far side, because the water won't be flowing into it when you have the 1-inch and 2-inch storms as opposed to the 25-year storm.
Well, we're not the major contributor to the watercourse. So when you see when you saw the site today, the homes behind to the north, they come in on a private access way off of Indian Head, and the homes to the east of this property all contribute. And as it pointed out, there has historically always been this pipe back from the original subdivision, which I think dates back to somewhere around 1956. there was always a natural channel diagonally across this. In those days, it was permissible to pipe it, and what they did was they piped it right through the existing stream that was there, open channel watercourse. So there's no concern in my mind about drying out the wetlands by any means. In addition, across the road on the south side of Leeward Lane is a very large, open, natural area that would not be developed. The homes around it are all already developed and continuing to feed that natural area. There's no problem in drying up the channel.
Thank you.
No concern, rather.
So here's another dumb question for you. What is the antecedent condition for that cultic, modified cultic system when you do your analysis? Because if you had, say, a lot of rain coming through, small storms that presumably would fill up, right? And now you have a big storm on top of it. Now you don't have a wide spot in the line to take the volume that you have. So what happens?
We wouldn't be changing any of the design volume. We would have the same volume as we have now currently. The system is designed with the outlet at the bottom of the pipes, restricted through an orifice, so that there's a controlled outlet. As the water were to build up into the pipes, you create a greater flow out, hence a higher discharge. But in the situation we're talking about now, if we were to convert from the tight joint to the galleries, all we're changing is the fact that we allow a little bit of water to seep out horizontally and increase the evaporation by surrounding the galleries with stone. If the pipe, which is controlled by the small orifice, isn't sufficient to let that water out, it will, by design, still build up in the galleries, spread out laterally, and then still drop down as the storm recedes and the water flows out of the small. It's the bathtub analogy again. The small pipe at the bottom of the galleries allows the water to continually discharge. During the peak of the storm, it builds up in the bathtub. And then, in this case, if we change to the galleries, with the cooperation of DPW, we'll be able to allow water to move laterally and up through evaporation. So in essence, we will have a slightly improved system, but it has to be agreed to by all parties. Right now, the plan is in compliance with the drainage manual. We've always recognized that there's going to be an increase. We are in compliance because we've met that requirement of reducing the 2-year storm down to the 1-year storm, and that's what we've been able to accomplish and reduce the peak for all storms.
Okay, so you're really adding some more storage volume and allowing the water, hopefully, to infiltrate out.
Yes, sir. We have a limited layer, about 30 inches deep, below the miscellaneous fill that was placed when the house was first built. But by the proposal we're suggesting as a prudent alternative is to allow the water to move laterally. And additionally, we're going to be surrounding it with stone. So we'll have the same volume with a little bit of lateral movement and increased evaporation.
But under no condition would it, well, excuse the phrase, puke somewhere,
No, absolutely. The system is designed on the basis of the volume and the hydrographs that come in. So that's all done. And we've had that agreed to and accepted by the DPW. So they've checked our numbers and we're good. We agree. They don't really check us, we concur. But in this case, the opportunity to move laterally through that original soil would be good if, and I think DPW would agree under the circumstances, that that's an alternative that should be considered.
What portion of the increase in volume do you think you'll be able to dissipate laterally?
It's very difficult to say because it's a limited strata. It's about, from 4 to 6 inches. So I don't have a quantity for you right now. Can we try to find a number for it? We could. The DPW and the drainage manual do not allow us to consider that in the computation. So we don't really have that number. But intuitively, you know that it will happen.
I had also requested in the staff report, you spoke of the conditions downstream. The application materials did not include any sort of evaluation of the receiving watercourse and receiving wetland, which is helpful in our review.
We don't have full access to the downstream properties, but I ventured as far as I could go without creating any trespass problems. And I will say that that system is stable. That's not an issue. It really is not an
I
issue.
understand it. I'm asking you to make that formally part of the record in writing.
Okay.
As part of a complete application.
All right.
Thank you.
So to what extent? I mean, to map it or to
the extent that
inspect it, evaluate it?
an environmental professional would stand on public roadways, or if there's construction going next door and they don't mind you looking, that's fine. But I'm certainly not asking you to trespass. But to the extent you can make observations from public space and convey to the agency the nature of the receiving waterway so that your position that there won't be an impact to the receiving water is substantiated.
Okay. Maybe do that as a condition of an approval?
No.
You've seen the channel.
The record is incomplete.
Okay. Had we had those comments, a day earlier, we could have addressed them.
You had that requirement as part of the application requirements, a biological evaluation. So you've been on notice
Off-site.
since.
We'll keep that in mind for the future.
That's terrific.
Any additional questions for the applicant? No? Is there public questions or comments on this? No? Would someone like to make a motion?
Motion to delay.
Is there a second? Joe seconds. All in favor?
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Fong, you're up to bat for this one particular one. Next is 2016-036, 114 Overlook Drive, Soundview Engineers and Land Surveyors LLC for Elaine Barron for construction of residential additions, deck, driveway, and drainage system 35 feet from a wetland.
All right, back in 2008, the agency approved an application to build residential additions and a drainage system on this property. Those additions were off of the south side of the house. North is sort of to the right on this plan. And property's changed hands. The new owners also want to build an addition, but after several conversations with staff and working with their engineering and environmental consultants, they've come up with a plan to build the additions on the north and west side of the house and partial second story over the existing one-story structure. Drainage system, let me see here. We've got a 800 square foot increase in impervious coverage. So the drainage system is an infiltrator system that's been designed to infiltrate the 10-year storm per the drainage manual exemption standards. The applicant, in addition to these improvements to the property, has proposed to remove several hundred square feet of lawn from the wetland and enhance the wetland with native plantings. There's a separate planting plan that's in your packets. So I think the plan is a good one. I appreciate the close cooperation the applicants had working with staff as they developed the plan, and I recommend the agency issue a permit.
Thank you, Bob. Welcome.
Excuse me. Good evening. Pete Finkbeiner, drainage engineer with Soundview. I have with me one of the owners tonight, Elaine Barron. There are a number of things I can say, but I think I should keep it quick and simple and just agree with Mr. Clossy.
Sounds good to me. Are there any questions on this application for Mr. Finkbeiner? No? Is there any public questions or comments? Would someone like to make a motion? Is there a second? Okay, all in favor? Okay, very good.
Sir.
Okay. Next is application 2016-037, 25 Cutler Road, Soundview Engineers and Land Surveyors, LLC, for Paul Ferraro, for construction of a pool, patios, and drainage system 50 feet from a wetland.
Okay, kind of a similar thing on this. Back in 2008, the agency approved the redevelopment of this property with a new house and other amenities, including a pool and a patio, in the same backyard area that's currently proposed for this pool and patio. As I say here, I have no concerns about the proposed activities creating short or long-term adverse impacts to the wetland. One thing I was happy to see revisiting this site after quite a few years is that the wetland in the front, which had experienced a clearing violation and was restored, is still being maintained and looks to be in pretty good shape. So, I think the properties looks fine, and I'd recommend that the agency proceed with issuing a permit for the new pool with the conditions provided.
Thank you, Bob.
Again, a relatively simple project. Years ago, the backyard was very well defined by a stone wall. It's a flattened backyard and approximately 50 feet from the wetlands, and we're staying wholly within that compound. And we certainly understand Mr. Clossey's recommendation that the pool equipment pad does not go beyond that wall, so it will be within the developed yard area.
Thank you very much. Bob, refresh my memory, is this the one where the retaining wall is actually the demarcation feature?
It's not a retaining wall, it's a freestanding wall, but it is the demarcation feature. So that's why the condition Mr. Finkbeiner mentioned that I didn't decided to repeat is why pool equipment shouldn't be over there, because and also there's a little bit of, I don't know what it is, stone that's being stored there that the property owner might want to move somewhere else.
Fair enough.
Where about, near the stone wall?
Just through the gap in that wall, I think there's.
That's been there for a while, I don't remember.
Probably, but they could find a new place for that.
Very good. Are there any questions for Mr. Finkbeiner on this application? No? Public questions, comments? May I have a motion?
Motion approved.
Is there a second? Yeah. Jim got there first. He's on fire today. All in favor?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, application 2016-038, 249 Bedford Road, Soundview Engineers and Land Surveyors, LLC, for Felix and Miasotis Cabrera for construction of residential additions, driveway, pool, patio, and drainage system 10 feet from a wetland.
The wetland runs along Riversville Road, and the on-site portion is a very small portion of a large system that runs north and south of this site. The proposal, as you first saw it, included a driveway that came through here, then up and around, in order to address sightline concerns by the property owner. That driveway was within 11 feet of the wetland as delineated by Mr. Kenny. It went through a wetland as delineated with a previous application. So we do have two different wetland boundaries on file for this property at this point. There's a proposal to have an addition, a pool, patio, and then a rain garden to handle the stormwater elements of the project. Subsequent to writing the staff report, Mr. Kennan and I spoke, exchanged emails. The driveway has now been eliminated from the plan, so the project is reduced to about 60 square feet of patio within, just inside the 100-foot regulated area. The rain garden remains, as do the additions, which are wholly outside of that 100-foot boundary. Mr. Kenny, I believe, has a sketch this evening for a planting plan associated with the rain garden. I am recommending that the limit of lawn be placed at the 128-foot contour, matching up with the existing forest boundary. The area where the rain garden is in a sort of a cove of lawn. So Mr. Kenny will speak to that this evening. And I would also like confirmation that no B100A was required. I had asked that in the first staff report, and I don't recall that having been addressed. So it would be just helpful to have confirmation on that factor. So other than that, with the elimination of the driveway, it was eliminated majority of my concerns, and just look to the agency to make a decision so that we have an official wetlands map that we will refer to for this property. It is your call which professional you wish to go with. They're both equally qualified. Other than that, the conditions for approval for your consideration were provided, and you'll find they're fairly straightforward.
Okay, thank you, Pat. Welcome.
Good evening. I brought copies of the updated drawing at 11 by 17 if you'd like to see those. In addition, I have a planting sketch that Director Sesto.
And while you're passing that out, I guess it's a question of, Director Sesto, you're asking us to decide on which wetland delineation we would like to go with. I'm not 100%
Right, we require an as-built plan, which needs to show the wetland boundary. It would be, I think, useful to have one boundary going forward on that as-built that gets filed, and so there are two. They're not, and maybe Mr. Kenny can address, I'm sure you saw the previous soils report and have some thoughts on what the difference is and the magnitude of the difference.
We can understand the delta between the two, and then we can make a determination.
Sure. What I'd like to propose with regard to that is that I'd be willing, and the client and the applicant's okay with that, to meet with Mr. Welling at the property. And I know the agency has done that quite often in the past with these type of situations. And that staff would be welcome to attend as well, and then we could come to an agreement as two professionals. And
may I ask who's paying Mr. Welling?
The applicant would. If that is, if it results in some situation where we can't come to an agreement, then whichever line that we could fall back to a line that you otherwise select this evening.
I guess the question would be, is there a large difference of opinion where the boundaries are?
It is, so he has, let me see. I concluded that there were two areas with an area of upland between them.
Right.
And he has a
It's So you have those
I could sketch.
Well, this area is contiguous, isn't it?
contiguous.
This line does something like this, and then something like that.
So the issue being you have wetland along the entire Riversville Road frontage.
So
or
we're
not?
basically identical in this area,
Yeah.
for the majority of the wetland, and it's right here. My line extends further
Okay.
to the north.
Right.
I think that notice this is directly across from a driveway. I got the sense that maybe historically there was some sort of old wood road through that area, and so there's been disturbance. And when there's disturbance, it makes it more difficult to make a determination, because we use the natural soils to make a determination. And when they've been disturbed, you're using more professional judgment rather than just the facts that you're using have been.
So that's where you think the discussion would lie, with you and Welland?
Yes.
I think it's worth the effort if he's willing to do it.
Yep. I would agree.
The problem I have is with who's paying him, because if he's being paid by the client here, it's different. I know he's supposed to be completely objective, but
So we have the ability, based on our fee schedule, that the applicant would pay the town the fee, and we would hire Mr. Welling ourselves.
I would prefer that, personally, I would prefer that it be done that way.
That's fine.
I think that makes the most sense.
There was the second outstanding item that Director Sesto mentioned about the reserve septic area, and I spoke with Brian Mueller from Soundview Engineering. He shows a reserve system on the drawing, and he has conveyed to me, or indicated to me, that that is a B100, that complies with the B100A standards.
Okay. Does that satisfy?
And that's within the 100-foot regulated area? I just want to make sure that we capture all the things that are in a regulated area, so you don't get a permit for half a job.
Immediately south of the existing system.
Okay.
I assume you need that in writing, Madam Director?
If it's on the plan, then,
Okay.
is that what he's saying, that it's on the plan?
Is it reflected in the plan?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
It's got there.
Excellent.
Very good. Okay. Are there other questions for Mr. Kenny regarding this application? The public,
Will this concept be turned into a formal
Yes.
planting plan?
So it was, I thank Pat for working with us today, and we went back and forth, and I just put that together at 5 o'clock this evening.
okay.
So we will,
And Pat, you've seen this, and
Yeah, so there's a difference. So this plan is showing the limit of lawn delineation at the toe of the slope, and I had written my staff report. Mr. Kenny, we were kind of doing things simultaneously. My recommendation is that it is at the top of the slope, the 128-foot contour. So, I mean, it's a small difference of, I don't know how many feet that amounts to.
okay.
So the agency should please provide direction on which you're willing to go with.
Well, I guess, yeah, I would tend to lean with the director's thought of having that limit of lawn be at the 128 on your plan here, only because it's, if that lawn is going to be fertilized, it's on a relatively steady slope down into the rain garden.
okay.
Okay, so where do we stand with this?
Would that be, can we make a motion to approve, given the delineation issue, or?
Yes, I believe that the agency can move to approve with the conditions as presented and the additional condition that staff will meet with Mr. Kenny and Mr. Welling out at the site to discuss the difference in the lines, and if you'll allow me to use, it's so close that I'm not real concerned that we can go too far astray on our own.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is 2016-040, 36 Zacchaeus Mead Lane, Fuller Engineering and Land Surveying for Fisk Management LLC for renovation of a residence and relocation of a driveway. Mr. Clausy, please.
Okay. This is a project to renovate the existing house at 36 Zacchaeus Mead. They'll be removing part of the southern wing of the house, gut renovating the interior, updating the facade, and then, importantly, relocating the driveway that currently comes in from the north to the, come in from the south. And that change in the driveway relocation has provided an opportunity for opening up the section of watercourse that's currently under the driveway. And the applicant's been very responsive in taking staff comments and recommendations in that regard. They propose to, continue to maintain access across the watercourse at this point with a simple wooden bridge, which I attached a picture of to your staff reports. And the applicant has also been very responsive in coming in with a planting plan to restore the area from which the northern driveway is going to be removed. And part of this plan is to compensate for several trees that will have to be removed for the southern driveway. In completing my review of the application, there were a couple of outstanding issues. One of which has been resolved today, that the Health Department says that the proposal to put the motor court for the new southern driveway over part of the existing septic system is acceptable to them. I was concerned that might create a failure problem, but I guess the Health Department's pretty sure that that's not going to happen. I would like the applicant to address the other two questions I ask, one of which is, maybe, looks like they did it on the plan they just handed out. I asked whether the southern driveway, rather than using fill along the north end to catch the grade that they're adding, could be retained with a retaining wall, which would keep activities pulled further away from the wetland. That's shown on the plan they just handed out. And that also, well, I mean, I guess the only outstanding issue would be the number 2. Do you have any plans to landscape the area between the new driveway and the wetland? Because this has historically been maintained as sort of a forested area, not a lawn. And now that you've got a retaining wall there, I'm less concerned that it's going to become a lawn, but now that the applicant's here, they could address that. Depending on the response and any other issues the agency may have, that's it for me. I think this is a good plan, and I recommend the agency issue a permit pending this response.
Thank you, Bob. Welcome.
Good evening, Ardilu for Fuller Engineering, and with me is Kelly Dantas for Fisk Management. We got the comments this morning, so we prepared a quick plan to address the comments of Mr. Clossy. So for his comment number 1, we did the retaining wall and eliminated the grading.
If you could, I'm sorry, could you take the microphone with you so the thousands of people at home watching can...
We eliminated the grading on this area by putting in the retaining wall as recommended by Mr. Clossy. And for his comment number 2, we proposed to do what we did on the removed area of the existing driveway to seed with a New England wildlife / conservation mix. And for item number 3, which is the health department issue, we got the approval from the health department. It was addressed already.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant regarding this application?
I have just one for Bob. Bob,
Sure.
on the new driveway, I didn't see anything that would treat any runoff down the driveway. Is that something there that I missed? And if not, should there be? Is there any concern with that? And treating it before it gets into the waterway?
Well, I guess with the applicant here, that's a good question, and perhaps there's an opportunity to do some sort of a, renovation feature here, because the driveway slopes down. I mean, is there maybe a little rain garden, bio retention area, something? The answer to your question, Mr. Rogers, is no. There was no features, so it's a good question.
So that would be nice if that's possible.
Okay, in this situation, the original driveway was the runoff from the original driveway was collected by 3 catch basins and then directly fed into this existing watercourse.
Correct, yeah.
And our proposed driveway, which is 2,300 square feet smaller, we just replicated what it was done here by collecting it through catch basins and then feeding it to the watercourse.
I guess the question would be, is there a way that you can treat that water before it gets into the watercourse if, it's going to be sanded or salted or oils from the cars or things that, is there a way that you can mitigate some of that before it gets into the watercourse?
What do you suggest, like a gallery, water flow?
No, we can do a small rain garden in this area and then overflow it there.
I think that would be a
Yeah, we can do that.
Or is there another option, perhaps, that if your retaining wall isn't solid, has weep holes, and then there's a vegetated swale along the north side of that new driveway?
Can happen to.
And if you do the retaining wall in interlocks, that you don't need cement or concrete or anything.
Okay, well, I mean, if there's a way to do that, that could be added as a condition of approval as a final construction detail.
That would be nice.
Okay. So are we talking about both? One? Okay. Okay. Public questions or comments? Okay. Would someone like to make a motion?
Sure, that's your motion.
Make a motion to approve with the additional
Okay, thank you.
By the way, you have a magnificent piece of property there.
Okay, 2016-051, or sorry, 2016-049, 51 Gilliam Lane. SE Minor and Company for Sudeep Thakur for the construction of a pool, patio, and drainage system 40 feet from a wetland.
All right, this is another application that the proposed activity is very straightforward. Pool and patio in the existing lawned backyard with a infiltration system to infiltrate the runoff volume from the 10-year storm, because this is another one of these exempt less than 1,000 square foot increase in impervious coverage projects. Like 125 Pexland Road, the watercourse on this property has some slumping and erosion issues, and this applicant was very responsive in getting a landscaping plan together to stabilize some of those slumping areas. That was provided to you in your packets, and so I think it's quite complete, and I recommend the agency issue a permit. I think it'll be no impact from the pool is expected, and it will be an improvement to the watercourse.
Okay. Thank you, Bob. Welcome.
Hi.
And before you start, just for the record, I'm going to not vote on this because I recognize the name on the application. There's someone I know, so I'm recused. So, Mr. Fong, you're up to bat again. It's a big night for you. Thank you. Please continue.
Lauren Lockwood from SE Minor on behalf of the applicant. We agree to all of the conditions listed in the staff report, and we will speak with the applicant about removing the landscaping debris and making the designated composting area, and that should be no problem.
Oh, right, thank you. Are there any agency questions? Staff comments? No? Public comments?
Motion
Okay.
to approve.
All in favor?
Thank you.
Just have to wake me up from time to time.
Okay, application 2016-051, 75 Lower Cross Road, SE Minor and Company, Inc., for Jackson and K.Yi Tai for installation of a deer fence crossing wetlands. Mr. Clausen.
All right. This property is in Conyers Farm, and attached to your staff report was a copy of page 15 from the Conyers Farm Declaration of Easement Restrictions, et cetera, describing the wetland easement. And the wetland easement is actually granted to the agency. And the agency's been quite careful about maintaining properties in Conyers Farm that come before it within the limits of the easement, which basically say no structure should be built within 50 feet of a wetland that is not tributary to Converse Lake, which is the case on this property. The application plan showed the deer fence crossing the watercourse and the wetland in two spots. I suggested to Mr. Liebman that they come in with some alternatives that adhere to or adhere as closely as possible to the letter of the easement. So in the absence of something a little bit closer, I'd recommend that closer than the original submission, I'd recommend the agency delay this, but Mr. Liebman's here with a colored plan, and he may have something a little closer to the easement.
Good evening, Larry Liebman from SE Minor. The blue line on the plan is the wetlands and watercourses.
The orange line on the plan is the proposed deer fence. The green line on the plan is the conservation boundary, which not to be confused with the easement boundary. It's a totally different situation. The applicants have lived here for the last 22 years. Every day, every morning, and every evening, there are 2 herds of 15 to 30 deer that walk through the property. In the morning, they go from east to west, and in the evening, they go from west to east. They have spent over the years, I don't even want to tell you the numbers that they told me, how much money that they spent. The only thing that they have in their garden that they have there now is Pachysandra and boxwood, because it's the only thing that doesn't get eaten. These people are, the applicants have been good stewards of the land. There isn't any intrusions into any of the regulated areas at all whatsoever. The debris that Mr. Clossie is talking about is really that we have called the police department twice on the people from across the street that are coming and dumping onto the land. We have the applicant is now in country full-time. He was bouncing back and forth from China to here, and now he is full-time in country. They would like to, in his pre-retirement stage, work on his yard and make it look beautiful. What I have convinced them is to not go in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission and the Conservation Commission to go and push the deer fence down into the conservation boundary, because that's even a harder easement. I mean, the easement, although you have an easement, you also have the right to allow certain things in the easement. You have the right, even though it says no fences, and if we would go, and there's 10 acres of land, and if we would put it, the red line here is the wetland boundary on the inside.
Where's the easement boundary?
The easement boundary is here.
Okay.
It would be that on the inside. Obviously go to the green line. So 10 acres of property that they've owned for the past 25 years, and doing everything, and they would have about 1.5 acres, 2 acres of land that they get to deal with. Also, it crosses the driveway in 2 locations. So what I discussed with them earlier and with the landscape architect is to go and, instead of crossing at a wide point over here, if you would allow us, we would come in from here and cross and then back up. The area of the crossings, of both crossings, here and here, would be with kangaroo fence, so it doesn't have to be elevated. You know, we've done this before, the 4-inch wide squares so that the raccoons get through it, and the possums and all the other furry little creatures and the turtles, etc. But the deer aren't going to fit through a 4-inch slot. We have, so what we're asking is that the agency allows us to go and we could move, when you look at it in the front yard, we can move it in a little. As a matter of fact, we'd like to move it in a little because, and I'll quote Mr. Tsai, what he doesn't want to have his first party, and it looks like it's Stalag 13 that everybody's going up to, with 8-foot high chain link fence, which is what they have. I mean, we have allowed deer fences before in Conyers Farm. We've done it. We've allowed in the easement as long as we go, as long as we go and make it. And make it so that the posts are put in by hand. If we can move it around and we can do the crossing, we can even go from 50 to 50 or wherever we go here with the kangaroo fence. They just would like to be able to know that they can enjoy their property as it goes along. We can't.
Larry, hold on one second. I mean, the issue with the kangaroo fence was so that it was just an alternative for raising it 6 inches at the bottom, correct? I mean, I recall that.
Yeah, we've used that for in wetland areas. Okay, if to go in and to come in on the inside would you're also, when you protect it from the deer, you're also protecting the natural area as well from the deer over browsing in that area. The only thing, so this way then, if it's left alone and they continue to keep their mowing patterns the way that they have, they're not going to increase it anymore, then the natural area is going to turn back into a better wetland just by itself. The deer fences, the deer fences, so that this way then they can enjoy their property.
Okay. Question for staff. What's the history on allowing fences and conures up to this date on previous applications? Has it been a hard and fast rule, or has there been some flexibility?
In my experience, which is not inclusive of all of the agency's actions, it's been pretty hard and fast. But I've never really seen a case like this where you've got a driveway. I mean, the driveway makes it more difficult. And Mr. Liebman's right, and the agency may grant a permit to do whatever it chooses to do.
Right.
The only thing I would say is if anything is allowed going across like this, perhaps the agency wants a plan that shows the existing edge of woods, because that's a very important buffer between the landscape envelope and the wetland. It's wider than 50 feet. And, having that on record, I think, would be very important, and having some sort of a statement that the landscape envelope would not expand would be a very important concession on the part of the property owner.
Yeah,
I think we need to know exactly how far in excess of the 50 we're going, how much of a concession on the easement we're making.
Yeah. Two crossings.
It would be all of this. I mean, on this side, it's outside of the easement that's here, okay? And then when we get in, it's here. And down here.
Yeah, what are the distances?
Down here would be almost the whole run on that side. But that's where the conservation boundary is. And the agency if we go back and look at the original permit that was issued in 89, okay? The agency was the ones that made the driveway where it was. Okay, and that, all he's trying to do is keep it so that that's why the landscape architect really has been trying to get me to push it down, and we'll cut it back and we'll come down this way and change it and go back. I have no objection, and I think that's a great idea to get the edge of woods on the final construction drawing. That's fine, that's easy. It's how do we control it? And it's a deer fence. Like we said, it's not anything that's majorly obtrusive. And it's for they are good as I said, I'm going to say it again, these applicants have been very, very good stewards and respectful of the property.
Yes. So if you want to see a plan with edge of woods.
I would encourage the agency, if the consideration is where within the easement, within the latitude that it provides, the agency wishes to provide relief, I would encourage us to do that based on what's to the benefit of the wetland, not to the property owner, because our charge is wetland protection, and that's what relief should be based on. With that being said, I believe that the deer fence, the ability to exclude deer from natural areas is to the benefit of the natural area. So it's more of a deer exclosure, and to Mr. Clause's point, I think it's very important to document what that natural area is, so it doesn't become an expanded landscaped portion of the yard, but in fact, it does serve a positive environmental purpose.
We have no objection to that. The final construction plan can have the edge of woods and a legal, and a more pertinent description of the woods in the natural area, and I believe that this will enhance the wetland, the natural areas, as well as allow them to ultimately have some kind of garden.
Well, that is true, but you also have to keep some wildlife corridors available as well, because at some point, all these deer fences are going to touch each other and, you know, so.
I understand that too, and the 50-foot setback we did in other Conyers farms, and we relieved it for deer fences before. And I agree with you, the herd management and how, let's call it a deer exclusion area, and see what happens there. But it's been my experience with, and I've been on site with many agency staff members, that even your 6 inches, we have seen full-grown bucks belly under them, and we've seen the 8-foot fences, we've seen them from a dead standstill jump right over them. So if there's something there that they want to go get, they're going to go get it. It's going to be there. It's just going to act as a deterrent.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully that we can get ahead of it.
Get a hunter for the conservation area. And I'm not kidding.
Bow hunting.
Venison, it's a beautiful thing, says the vegetarian.
It's definitely late.
So what do we want to see here? We want to see edge of woods on the plan and the proposed fence.
Fence is on it, a revised fence, as we indicated, to cut it.
Yeah.
Over the more narrow portion, is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Okay, and can that be done as a final construction drawing, please?
I'd kind of like to see it, but I can let staff work it.
It's the narrow part of the wetland, that's
Yep.
where it's going to go, right?
Okay. Very good.
I think
Okay. Make a motion?
Yeah, so a motion to approve with the provisos that the landscape delineations discussed will be shown, and the fence revisions will be approved by staff after consultation, as discussed this evening.
And is it the sense of the agency that the landscape limit shown should be maintained as the landscape limit going forward unless applications made to the agency?
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely.
The intent of my motion.
There's no objection to that, thank you.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Elliot, all in favor?
Thank
Thank you.
Good night.
Okay, good night, good night.
Okay. We have a list of agent approvals. I don't need to read them out. And applications to be received. I move to accept the 11 applications as listed on the agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, next are violations.
Okay, the first violation is 14 Birdsong Place. Staff was alerted that trees were being removed within a wetland area at 14 Birdsong Place. After conducting a site inspection, staff found that men were working to remove several trees from the rear of the property and within wetland areas. The contractor that was involved with that was Lawn and Gardening LLC out of Stamford. There were a total of 5 trees that were removed, ranging in size from 12 inches to 18 inches. There was one 16-inch maple. 2 of the trees that were removed were located on adjoining properties. One was to the east and one was to the south. The property owners will need to be notified to this. Speaking with the homeowners, they were concerned that the trees were a hazard and might fall onto the house, damaging property and life. So they had removed those trees. The trees are located within a lawned wetland, further to the south of the property, which is off the property boundary. The wetland continues. It's a wooded, natural wetland. There was a previous permit for a residential addition that was issued in 2015. The site was inspected upon completing that project, and the bond was released under that permit. A violation was issued in April by regular and certified mail, 2016. Cease and correct order 2016-04 was issued by regular and certified mail on April 19, 2016. The homeowners have been very responsive, working diligently to get their application material in. They haven't yet, but they've brought in some pieces to that. Staff is recommending that the agency maintain the cease and correct order and require that an application be submitted to address the violation no later than May 20th, 2016.
Welcome.
Dear officer, my name is Yongfeng, and this is my wife, Qi. So our family moved into U.S. from China 4 years ago. So we are very sorry to hear that we violate the law of the U.S. laws. So we didn't know this wetland regulation before we bought the house. Thanks, Dorian told us about that. The reason we cut the trees is because they are very close to the house and pose a great risk to our families and our house. First, we were learned from our neighbors from 12-person and 15-person place that one tree had fallen on the house just 1 year before we bought the house.
Mm-hmm.
But we didn't know that after we bought the house.
Were you familiar that there are wetlands on your property when you bought the house?
I'm not familiar. The addition project is done by a contractor. I know nothing about that. We cannot cut trees on the wetland. So I think we have to submit an application to build something, but we don't realize that we have to submit the application before we cut trees. And the 1 February midnight, a big maple had fallen into the yard. It's only a few feet from the exterior wall. So that night we were very scared, and our children were crying during the night. So that was an unforgettable night. So after that, we decided to look around and find a tree guy. And he told me those trees are very dangerous, and they are rotten. Mm-hmm. So we should cut them, otherwise they will fall down
Some
someday.
of the trees were not on your property, though, right?
I talked to the
The neighbor consented? The neighbor let you cut them down?
there's a pond. It's on 12 Burleson Place. I told that neighbor, and he agreed.
Okay. So you understand now why you're here, that you have to put an application in?
Yes, I understand, but I heard there's a large amount of penalty on that. So I have a big family to support. I have 2 children and have to support my parents in China. So I hope you can relieve the penalty.
Well, when you make the application, they'll tell you what the application fee will be for this, and then you can work out with staff what the best next steps will be for that.
The Doreen told me the application fee is tripled for this case. So I'm wondering if it can be relieved.
I think that what he's concerned about is that the application fee for removing vegetation is $1,500. When it's in violation, it's tripled, making that $4,500.
Right.
And so he's requesting relief from that triple
application
filing fee.
From the troubling.
Okay.
I already found a soil scientist and I sent a replanting plan to Doreen. I will work with her to restore the trees.
Okay. Okay, well, I will make a motion and we can discuss it. In this instance, I would make a motion for the application fee to not be trebled and keep it at $1,500.
Second.
Is there discussion? No? All in favor? Right. Okay?
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Have a good night.
Okay.
To maintain the.
Yep, and also a second motion to maintain the cease and correct order. And violation will go on the land records if a application has not been received by May 20th. You feel that you can get an application in by May 20th?
I'll file the application as soon as possible.
Okay, very good. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Okay.
Thank you so much.
Good luck. Okay. It's a slippery slope. Next is cease and correct order 2016-05 for Peter Bria, 21 Walker Court, unauthorized shed straddling a watercourse.
Yeah, I didn't get a copy of this.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to read into the record of documents for 21 Walker Court. Number 1, GIS map from 2013. 2, field visit photos taken November 13th, 2015. 3, notice of violation dated December 1st, 2015. 4, notice of violation dated April 7th, 2016. 5, violation summary and cease and correct letter issued April 19th, 2016. 6, permit 2012-80, application 2012-108, issued November 28th, 2012. 7, email from Wetlands Compliance Officer to Building Official dated April 4th, 2016. So this property was issued a permit in November 2012 to construct a residential addition and to restore a watercourse. As part of the restoration, an unauthorized pipe had to be pulled out of the wetland watercourse, and the area had to be restored with natural planted buffer. The work was completed and the plantings were implemented. There was a 2-year hold on the bond pending the success of the plantings. Staff recently went back to the site to take a look at these plantings once the planting plan was completed, or the planting hold was completed, and found that a shed approximately in size 12 foot by 10 feet was constructed over the watercourse on sonotubes. Staff did contact the building department, and they stated that no permits required for a structure that is under 200 square feet. A violation was issued on April 7th, 2016 by regular and certified mail, and cease and correct order 2016-04 was issued by regular and certified mail on April 19th, 2016. Staff did speak with the owner today, who had not been in contact previously, stating that he was willing to submit an application to correct this violation or to maintain the structure, and is amenable to the deadline that was set for the application submission. Staff, therefore, is recommending that the agency maintain cease and correct order 2016-05, and that an application be submitted to correct the violation no later than May 20th, 2016.
Okay, thank you. Anyone from the applicant here? Any of you guys? The shed straddler? No? Okay. Is there a motion?
Motion to maintain cease and correct order and to file a application no later than May 20th and to maintain a certificate of violation until then.
Okay, second? Okay, all in favor? Okay. Cease and correct order 2016-06 for Steve and Roxana Wall, 1 Rainwood Manor, unauthorized removal of trees and other vegetation from wetland areas.
Okay, the record of documents for 1 Rainwood Manor. 1 GIS map from 2013. 2 email from Robert Clossy, Senior Wetland Analyst, to Steve Wall. 3 notice of violation dated April 7th, 2016. 4 email chain from Steve Wall to Robert Clossy, Senior Wetlands Analyst, and Doreen Carol Andrews, Wetlands Compliance Officer. 5 violation summary and cease and correct letter issued April 19th, 2016. Permit 2015-19, application 2015-005, issued October 26, 2016. And 7, which needs to be added to that record, is an email dated April 27, 2016, from Steve Wall to Patricia Sesto and Doreen Carol Andrews and Robert Clossy, the Wetlands Agency. Okay. So a permit was issued to the property in November of 2015 for the installation of a stockade fence adjacent, within and adjacent to wetlands. As part of the approval, there was an excessive amount of organic debris that had to be removed from the wetland area. The homeowner purchased the property in September 2015 and wasn't responsible for the excessive amount of debris that was located in the wetland. But as part of the approval, they were required to remove it by the end of 2015. Staff conducted a site inspection in February of 2016 and found that in his efforts to remove the debris in a timely manner, Mr. Wall, the homeowner, also removed brush and several trees within the wetland. When asked why this occurred, he stated that while removing this debris, he also found that there was a large amount of material or garbage that was deposited within the wetland that included furniture, toys, hoses, tarps, metal. And so in order to get this material out of the ground, he had to remove shrubs and vines and that kind of thing to get to this material. As a result of removing this debris, there were several trees in the area that were dead and weakened and leaning, and he was concerned that this was going to cause a hazard, and these were removed as well. It is his intention, he has stated, to restore the area with wetland plantings, but he is requesting that the violation be reversed. I do want to state that there were 2 trees located closer to the home that were approved to be removed by staff. These are outside of the wetlands and outside of the buffer. A notice of violation was issued on April 7th, 2016, by regular and certified mail. And cease and correct order 2016-06 was issued on April 19th, 2016. Staff recommends that the agency maintain this cease and correct order and require that an application to correct the violation be submitted no later than April 27th, which has passed, 2016. So that should probably be changed to the end of May. I think it's May 20th.
May 20th. Okay. Thank you. Welcome. So it looks like you got a good tag sale worth of stuff out of that wetland.
Yeah, that's just a small sample of pictures. I have hundreds of pictures of lots of, honestly, tons, of debris, of all kind of debris, metal, concrete piers, pipes.
Where did it come from? They were just dumping?
It was just piled back there. It was like really feet, not just 1 foot or 2 feet. No, it's really high, like going up. Just some of the logs are like over 1 foot in diameter, as you saw in one of the pictures, and 15 feet longer or more. And they were very intertwined with the, the shrubs, invasive shrubs that were there, and very close to the trees. And basically, I did all the best I could. First of all, that dump. In addition to all that stuff, there was also gravel, in addition to all these things. But it wasn't only the previous owner that was dumping, the neighbor was dumping, stuff as I verified with his gardener, they were dumping all their junk back in that area, even though the neighbor has most of his lot is wetlands, and he knows very well where the wetlands are. So I did my best. I mean, I wasn't, there was no way when I agreed, like when I saw that condition in the permit requiring that I remove all the debris before December 2015, I had no idea that it would be that huge, pile on top of pile, and it would be like so much, convoluted, to deal with, and also extremely expensive. It cost me more than $10,000 to remove that stuff. And if you drive by now and you see the area, there's still some debris there, there's still some cans of beer and other stuff, but based on Mr. Clause's email on February 16th, he said basically to stop removing anything else from there, and I did. Unfortunately, the reason I'm requesting a reversal of this violation is that it was never intentional. I had good intention from day one. If I really was playing games, I'm a real estate broker also in Greenwich. If I'm playing games, I would have not applied for a permit. I would not have gone and get a wetland survey myself. Why would I go and spend thousands of dollars on all that just to go and violate something? I was extremely careful, even when I knew that it was going out of hand. I emailed Mr. Clause and I told him that I cannot finish by December 2015. I need an extension 3 more months. He gave me that extension, and I was working very hard. I have a full-time job also in the city that I have to go and work
Got it.
more
Okay.
than so
You painted a good picture.
It was just beyond my imagination. I mean, all what I wanted to do is just to have a fence for security and safety for my own family and myself. It's a very dark area there, and very close, to the boundary with New York. I mean, you hear about certain crimes happening. It's very easy access.
So let me just cut the chase. So you're going to give us a permit. You're going to apply for a permit.
Well, the thing I was requesting also just waiving the application fee, since I already paid an application fee, and these things, the trees that fell in the process of using equipment to remove those heavy material. I already hurt my back, and I went to a doctor, and I can show you evidence of that. In this process, I have to do that work myself on weekends, unfortunately, a couple of trees, were damaged in the process and fell, and I made that clear to, Ms. Seto and, sorry, I forgot your name, and Mr. Clause and, Doreen, I'm sorry, I don't know your last name. I was working in full honesty in this, and I clarified that this was, an accident using the heavy equipment to lift that stuff, to remove the debris that was buried on. It wasn't like something on top. Like a huge log would be most of it buried underneath, intertwined with the vines and the shrubs. So to lift that, or to lift the concrete piece with the fork, it lifts the
Okay.
Time.
Pause, please.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I wanted to ask a question. What's the application fee for permit modification?
The same.
It's the same?
Well, the permit that was applied for was a $500 minimal activity fee because it was a fence. So the application to modify that, if you are accepting modifications anymore, would be $500, a minimum fee. I just wanted to not repeat anything you said, but add a little bit to it in that Mr. Wall was doing this work at the time when we had staff turnover, in our compliance staff in particular, and we didn't get out there to do an inspection after you started until I went out in February. We would have probably stopped you. So I think the permit condition read, remove the piles. And if you'd come and said to us, these piles go into the ground, we would have said to you, just do the stuff on the surface. If we'd come out to see the work and seen you going into the ground or pulling it out of the bushes to the point where the bushes were coming out, we would have said, you don't have to go that crazy. Just get what you can get. So it's a little bit of both. You were very responsive to removing the debris. We were not as able to give you the support we probably should have in getting out there to say, that's great, that's enough.
What would have staff's position have been had it observed this debris intertwined with vines and other brush in a wetland?
We would have said, if it was me, I would have said, the permit condition said piles of debris.
No, but just leave the debris.
And leave the debris in the brush. And if you really want to clean it because you think it's a hazard for your family or something like that,
Right.
come back and speak to the agency, because you may have to pull the brush out to get the debris out. And if you need to pull it out of the ground, which is beyond removing the pile from the surface, come speak to the agency. They might say, you know what, you're that enthusiastic and it's going to turn out better. Go ahead. So I think we're at a point where, in the long run,
in those circumstances, it's actually a compelling argument that there may not be a violation per se. So my question then is, what is the procedure?
Well,
Or at least
as
a
I said to
mitigation.
Mr. Wall when I got out there, I said, you're going to have to submit a plan to restore the area, because the trees came down for whatever reason, the brush came out, whatever kind of brush it was, and and he said he would be willing to do that. And I guess you were traveling, as you said. We didn't hear from you for about a month. I was hoping to.
I traveled multiple times. Which time period?
Well, this is after February 16th, when I was out there in the pouring rain.
Yes,
and
and
we
I
were walking
promised you,
around.
when I met you there, I promised you that I will, work on, sending you a detailed email explaining, what happened before the end of March. And you said, that's okay, that's when you were, getting in the car.
Right, okay, so that.
Okay. Yeah, I would move that we continue the requirement for the restoration plan, but waive the fees.
I would second that motion. I am seconding that motion. And is there agreement on that?
So
But
just
let's
clear,
just,
to continue the obligation to restore, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Do you understand? So we're going to waive the fee, but you're going to come back with a restoration plan that restores the wetland area.
Sure, I promised.
I mean, that's what you're going to do, but.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll come with that plan myself.
Talk to staff.
Whatever, yes, with the staff.
We have to do it by a specific date, okay?
Yeah.
So we're effectively accepting your explanation, corroborated by staff, but we still have to restore the wetland,
Okay,
right? So that's your obligation.
Okay, and just one request, since I'm doing this in addition to my full-time job in Wall Street, is it possible to give me
maybe
a little
hire,
bit extra time just to come up with the plan?
Or
I'm
just-
not hiring a
You
professional.
don't want to hire a landscape architect to whip up a plan for you?
No, well.
How are you going to do it? Do you have the expertise to do a plan?
Yeah, I know what was there. It's pretty much lawned there. That has been lawned and mowed on a weekly basis. As I indicated in the in the application initially. And
Well, it couldn't have been lawn, if it was buried in piles
I
of
know, but
stuff.
like when you look at the surrounding,
Let's not confuse the agency's motion, even if it's approved, to give you some accommodation for the circumstances with the fact that the area has to be restored.
the way it was before.
So you're not getting the same financial burden, but you still have the obligation, including whatever financial obligation is, to restore it, okay?
Yeah, I'll
So-
cover the
so
expense
you
of
can't-
restoring it,
You
yes.
can't do it, in a half-hearted way or
No.
incomplete way. It has to be a restoration.
Yes, it has to be perfect, yeah.
Right, and I'm going to just state this very clearly. This is a 4-acre property. The wetland is 1/10 of an acre in the corner of the property. The wetland was not all lawn. It was trees, bushes, whatever kind of bushes they were, whether they're invasive or not, probably not all invasive, even if there were some, and probably a rough lawn. But I don't think it's inappropriate to say, and here I'll pass this plan down. This shows the wetland area and some of the trees that had been in there. I don't think it's inappropriate to ask for a restoration plan that restores that wetland to a natural state. It may be meadow with trees, it may be with some shrubs, it may be with a demarcation feature.
I agree. I agree wholeheartedly.
And it doesn't have to be that expensive. Meadow isn't expensive.
Right.
What's the drop dead date? What's the date for getting the plan? Did we say May 20th?
I get a little bit extra time. Given that I have to.
Well, the best time to do the plantings in the fall, so a little extra time won't hurt.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, great,
Okay.
I appreciate that,
Fine.
thank
So
you.
what's the date in June?
The June deadline?
What's the June date?
The filing deadline for June, and we'll convey the date to you.
Okay.
Okay, so that gives you an extra month.
So what,
Okay, I appreciate that.
so what we'll need to understand is, based upon this plan, which I assume was what was there before,
Yes,
what is no longer there, what trees have come
would be
down,
restored, yeah.
and how you're going to replicate or replace what was there.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
Clear?
Yeah, no, definitely appreciate that. So I guess no application, it just an
You have to file,
amendment.
no, you do have to file an application, you just won't have to
It's a
file
new-
a fee,
An application without a fee, and that would be June
June.
with
And
the,
they'll let you know.
And that you'll be advised.
okay, great.
And my recommendation to you would be to get one of our, highly qualified wetland landscape architects to work with you. They could create a plan very quickly and probably wouldn't cost you all that much.
Okay.
Did we vote?
On the motion.
Okay, all in favor? Right, thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
The order?
What?
Oh,
The order.
yeah,
Cease and correct?
that was a motion to maintain the cease and correct, but waive the violation fee, provided a application and restoration plan is received by
June filing deadline, yeah.
the June filing deadline. Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, sure. Cease and correct order 2016-07 for Jean-Paul and Ashley Brunes? Close enough?
Yeah, close enough.
Okay, 44 Parsonage Road, unauthorized removal of trees from wetland areas. We got a lot of these tonight. Okay.
The record of documents for 44 Parsonage Road. 1, GIS map dated 2013. 2, field visit photos taken April 7th, 2016. 3, notice of violation dated April 7th, 2016. 4, violation summary and cease and correct letter issued April 19th, 2016. Okay, so staff was alerted that there were some trees being removed on Parsonage Road. and conducted a site inspection and found that some employees of Sandoval Tree Service were removing 4 trees in the rear of the property in an area of about 20 feet by 60 feet. There was skunk cabbage immediately present at the base of the trees. It was clear that it was a wetland area. The contractor stated that the trees were healthy. The homeowners were looking to open up the canopy and bring more sunlight down onto the grass to grow more grass. The trees ranged in size from approximately 10 inches to 14 inches in diameter. We have had no previous permit on this application, so we have no survey or wetland delineation. A violation was issued April 7th, 2016 by regular and certified mail. A cease and correct order 2016-07 was issued by certified and regular mail on April 19th, 2016. Staff has been in contact with the homeowner, who has been very responsive and willing to correct the violation. Staff recommends that the agency maintain cease and correct order 2016-07 and recommends that an application to correct the violation be submitted no later than May 20th, 2016.
Okay, thank you. Doreen, just a follow-up question. Have we issued a citation for the tree removal company in this or any of the other?
We have not. They have been copied, though, on the violation, so that they're aware of the regulations.
Okay. Is there reason to believe that, is there a reason why we did not? Or? It wasn't a clear cutting, it was select trees. I don't have a specific reason why we did not issue a citation to either the homeowner or the contractor. Okay. All right, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Well, I'm glad to say good evening instead of good morning. I was getting a little close there for you, but so first of all, let me say that,
Sorry, you're Jean-Paul?
I'm Jean-Paul. My wife had to leave because our babysitter couldn't stay past 10. But if she was here, she would say that she was also very sorry about the whole situation, because we're both very concerned about the conservation of natural habitats and very involved in both the Tree Conservancy and also the Greenwich Land Trust. So for us, it's kind of an embarrassing situation.
Have you been, are you new owners to this property?
Yes, well, relatively new, 3 years.
3 years, okay.
Which is all, 3 years of storms. We moved in right before Hurricane Sandy. But just by way of background, maybe I don't want to take up too much of your time, but just as sort of a 2-minute overview is, as Ms. Carol Andrews said, this is not a clear cutting of trees. It was a removal of 4 specific trees that we thought posed a peril to our son's play area, which we have a 5-year-old son who has a soccer net and a treehouse, kind of, not treehouse, that's probably illegal, but a place set down there near the trees. And we had thought that one of the trees was dead and that the other 3 were not in great shape and that they were dropping branches quite frequently this winter with all the windstorms we've had. And I'm not sure, which contractor was spoken to who expressed this motivation for cutting these trees, because that was not our motivation at all, because we left standing all the larger healthy trees. It was only the sick trees we addressed. I also thought, and I was obviously obviously not aware of this, but that we had no idea that these trees were in wetlands area. I've looked at the wetlands map, and I think that it's fairly clear to my unscientific point of view that at least one of the trees is in a wetlands area. The second one is borderline maybe in the wetlands area, and 2 might be in what you call an uplands wetland area. But, putting that aside, I don't want to get in a debate with you guys about a tree here or there, because our plan is, as Ms. Carol Andrews says.
At the end of the day, we look at anything 100 feet from the wetland.
So then these are all in wetlands area. And we would, be more than happy, and, our plan would be to fully restore the trees and replace the trees. And, we certainly didn't mean to cause any trouble, and we're very sorry about this. Okay. And, that's basically it.
Thank you.
We're very sorry.
You seem very sincere. You understand you need to file an application, get it in by the 20th with a restoration plan?
Yes.
And we will talk to you at that point.
Okay.
When we have more information in front of us.
And can I ask a question, Mr. Harris? Is it also possible to have the normal application fee rather than the punitive application fee?
As
with some of the previous applicants?
Are you supporting a Chinese family?
No, but
There were mitigating, I mean, I know
Yeah,
that sounds a
yeah.
little facetious, but there were mitigating circumstances, so.
Well, I
Is
think
there a mitigating circumstance here? Because what you said, you were unaware they were in the wetlands, and
Right.
that's not a mitigating circumstance.
And we were concerned about the safety of our child.
No, I recognize that, and you disavow the explanation that was given about Sun, but that's not really a mitigating circumstance.
Yeah.
In other words, the applicant before pled the inability to pay financially.
Right.
The other applicant made a fairly credible argument that he was actually complying with a request to remove the debris, and had there been more vigilance, he probably would have been told not to remove the debris. So those are the circumstances. Now, yours seems like a straightforward violation, albeit without intent. I mean, we get these all the time where people don't intend to violate, but it's still a violation. per
I
se.
understand that's a violation, and I appreciate that you appreciate that's not an intentional violation, but I don't necessarily see why an unintentional violation should be, penalized by a triplicate fine. I mean, that would be, throwing myself at your mercy here, but, that would certainly, be helpful to getting the right plantings in there and, dealing with this application, which all seems, quite complicated, and, we would very much appreciate it if that was possible, because, we certainly, have no intention of doing anything wrong, and, we're very embarrassed to be here, and we're sorry about this.
Given that this is a fairly straightforward restoration plan, perhaps the balance could be that we could help you with mapping so that you wouldn't necessarily have to hire somebody and incur those expenses. I think that's something that in-house we could help with the GIS, mark the trees, and produce something that the agency can work with and avoid a landscape architecture fee. We're talking about 4 trees, is it?
Four trees, that's correct, but I still think, as, the report indicated, this was not clear cutting. I mean, we're not, tearing anything down or building like a large house or anything.
I must say, I'm a little surprised that being a member of the Land Trust and Into Trees, you didn't get an arborist to come in and verify that these trees were dangerous in some way.
It is my wife who is very involved in that, so I can't speak for her.
Do you know what species of trees they were?
I do not. Perhaps Ms. Carol Andrews knows, because she was on site.
Unfortunately, I don't know. They weren't leafed out, and I was not able to determine that.
But we were obviously very willing to replace them with suitable specimens for the area.
I'll just have to say, basically, you're characterizing it as punitive. It's actually a regulation, okay? And I haven't heard about a financial burden. In fact, the director's already made an accommodation for a financial aspect to your application. So I don't see the mitigation. My recommendation is just proceed with a normal violation, but.
I mean, this is not a repeat violation. I mean, this is my first time ever down here. I just, I'm not going to, make up a fake financial hardship situation, but, obviously it is a big financial difference between the two. And I just ask that I'm trying to be very reasonable, that the commission also be somewhat reasonable with me.
Well, is this a minor, is this what you were describing before as a minor issue, the $500 fee, or is this a $1,500 fee?
This is the land disturbance with no other activities, so that's $1,500 per quarter acre. So this is less than a quarter of acre, so, and then 3 times that, so it's $4,500 for 4 trees.
It's pretty steep.
Yeah. No one else is listening.
That's $1,000 a tree. I recognize the regulations, but sometimes we can get a little ridiculous. I would say standard fee myself, and not dribbling.
I could support that.
I have no problem.
Okay. And then I'd love to see the the money you save on that to go into the restoration plan.
Right, which enhances the value of your property anyway.
Okay.
So we're going to keep it at it.
Oh, and move his toys.
That may not be possible.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
So moved.
Motion.
I move that we maintain the cease and correct order and file a certificate of violation on the land records if an application is not received by May 20th, but only require a standard application fee.
Second.
All in favor? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask one more question as a follow-up? This is all in a very fast-moving proceeding. Will I receive another letter from Inland Wetlands as to what they need to do exactly? We've received
Yes.
2 letters from you, including the application form and stuff, but it's all somewhat confusing.
I'll outline what the date when you need to submit and that you are only required to file the base fee. It'll be in a letter to you, probably by the end of the week.
And then
2 questions.
in terms of, putting in appropriate plantings, will you consult with you on that, or?
For a nursery?
I'm sorry?
A nursery?
A nursery, okay, so, and then they would tell us what would thrive in that area, what isn't.
But you can always contact the staff, that's what they're there for, if you have questions. But if you contact a professional first, they'll know what you have to do, and then if you have questions, you can collaborate with staff.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that. I very much appreciate your time and your understanding. Thank you.
Director Sesto, I have 2 questions before we
Okay,
finish
moving
up.
on to other business.
Yeah.
Can we release the bonds? Motion on the bonds?
So moved.
Second?
Okay.
All in favor?
Okay.
Okay.
First question. Will the agency underwrite a storage area in one of these self-store places for the documentation we're getting on 345 Putnam? No, damn. And the second question is, why were we just given a set of regulations, state regulations?
Were we?
Yeah.
From whom?
That was in the package.
That was from Mr. Studer. That wasn't any of our ideas.
In case we
He
didn't know.
sent
whether-
it to us.
Yes, he sent it to
Okay.
you, yes.
Then I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we stand adjourned.